How's it going, people? Hopefully you guys are doing all right. This is definitely gonna be like a test stream. This is definitely not gonna be long and whatnot. There's some things that there's the fights tonight, to be honest with you. So that's really kind of like where my situation is gonna be at. But I thought I'd hop in with you guys real fast and whatnot, because I'm sure there's other streams going on, there's other stuff going on, and I don't want to hold you guys too long. And talk about a couple things, and you know, we can move along with the day. So where do I start with all this nonsense? So let's go with the fight itself. As you guys know, Tank Davis will be facing off against Ryan Garcia. Supposed to be tonight. Looks like it's going to be a good fight, I think, honestly. Big ups to everybody in chat. It looks like it's going to be a good fight. I'm very much looking forward to it. Something like this is good for boxing because there's no titles on the line, as you guys know. It's essentially just a big money fight, if you will. I think with all of the media hype around it, all the social media hype, and all of these different things going on, I think, to be honest, a lot of people make it seem like it's a win. It's like a big win for both guys, for Tank and Ryan, respectfully. But I don't necessarily see it that way, per se. Let me explain really fast. Let's start with Ryan first. Ryan Garcia. He's been pushing for this fight for years, if you've been following him. Yeah? And so this is important to him. And he's been pushing for it, yet again, for a very long time. And he really wants to make good on this. If he wins, he essentially becomes the face of boxing, which means a lot, actually. I don't know if he's ready for that. I don't know if his skill set in the ring is diversified enough to really handle Tank, let alone what is he going to be able to do socially. And I'm talking about corporate media. I'm talking about nationwide, if not worldwide, press on him later on. Social media online is one thing, but corporate press is something completely different. When you become the face of anything, everything's on you. And you have to be ready to handle all of that. And he's young, and not everybody's really ready for that. He's not seasoned, or he doesn't have the experience, I think, needed for something like that. But then again, you could say that for a lot of young fighters. So that's a thing in itself. But if he wins, or even if he has a good showing, he's essentially going to be the face of boxing right now, which brings in a lot of casual viewers, which is all well and good, but how many of them are going to stay? Something like the side scroller situation. So he has to be ready to, the same type of aggressiveness he's shown to try to make this fight, he has to continue to do that for boxing moving forward. I don't mean to put a bunch of shit on him, but it's a thing, I suppose. Off topic. Do you need 1,000 subs to stream on YouTube? No, you do not need 1,000 subs to stream on YouTube. Excuse me. You don't need 1,000 subs to stream on YouTube, no. To monetize the channel, you need 1,000 subs and you need 4,000 watch hours, which is not difficult, to be honest with you. It seems difficult, but it really isn't. Dude, do some DSP content, knock that shit out the park. As soon as you hit to 1,000, then do whatever you want. DSP is a stepping stone. Use them. But that's my answer to that, as best as I can put it. There'll be people in the chat that definitely help you out with that. As for Tank, what does he get if he wins this fight? He shuts up a loudmouth that's been coming at him for a number of years, and he gets a big payday out of it, and that's it. There's no belt on the line, as we all know, and essentially he is continuing to build his. He's continuing to continue to build up, I should say, to his legacy. That's what it does for Tank. I think that's what you know. That's the advantage that this comes out of there for him, and that's about it. To be honest with you, it's good for the sport of boxing in general, because there's a lot of guys who have little altercations with each other, and people want to see these kind of matches or whatever, and they never get done because of politics and all of the bullshit or whatever. So this is overall good for boxing and for boxing fans. But that's what I think where both fighters have their advantages. Now, who do I think is going to win? This, that, and the third. If I'm wrong, you know what I'm saying? I've been wrong before. I was a man when I took my shots on that shit. I'll be a man moving forward. But if I'm Ryan, right? If I'm Ryan, I'm trying to box. I'm trying to box Tank early, and I'm trying to inflict damage as best I can while trying to keep myself safe, and then ride the later rounds, ride those championship rounds, essentially to safety. That's just me. You have size, even though the rehydration stipulation, which makes sense. Keep Ryan small for as long as possible, and you know DSP knows what it's like to be small, so you get my drift. But keep Ryan in a position where he's kind of tired, he's kind of weak, and keep him there for as long as possible. And box. Do not sit there and try to get into a slugfest with that dude, with Tank. Don't do it. Don't be wrong. I understand that left hook is crazy. It's fast, has a lot of power behind it. I get it. You know what I'm saying? You want to look for that shot. You want to set up for that shot. You don't just want to throw it out there all crazy. Because the longer Tank lasts in a fight, the more information you're giving him, which makes him a problem. So you have to. So if you're Ryan, you're trying to box. Keep that shit safe. That's all I'm saying. Just keep that shit safe as you're moving through the rounds and whatnot. Once you get into them championship rounds, yet again, if Tank is worn down, if he's tired, which is unlikely, you know what I'm saying. If you can set him up, set him up. But even then, I don't think one left hook is going to be enough. That's just me. I hope they've worked on Ryan's footwork, and he drops his hand every once in a while to go into his shots. He needs to be careful about that, because if it's a habit, unless he's faking it, because I got a lot of older siblings who say he does that as bait, and he may very well do so. But if not, if it is just a bad habit that hasn't been corrected in training, that's one of the ways he's going to get opened up. So that's just my thoughts on that. But other than that, I think Ryan has a lot of speed. He has the height advantage. He has the reach advantage. He does have power, but he also has something to prove. Like, I understand that we're all watching like the press conferences and everything, and Tank's looking crazy out there, and Tank's also saying, well, the fight could go either which way, which it could. Tank's also saying that he's kind of wanting to keep his family at home, and people are taking that as a weakness. They shouldn't. And you know, Ryan's kind of very calm, cool, and collective. I know his brother was in some silly shit the other night or last night or whatever. They think he's spying, whatever. There's spies everywhere, so it doesn't matter. But Ryan seems like he's unaffected by the media shit. That's a completely different situation, ladies and gentlemen, when you get into the ring. Especially when you walk out there, shit gets different. So, I don't know. I think it's a lot of bravado, but at the same time, Ryan's just like any other fighter. Or any other athlete. You're going to get nervous once you get in there. And once you get hit, and once you throw a hit, you know, things change up. As for Tank, if you're Tank, yet again, like, I want to see Tank, like, expose Ryan's close range game, which Ryan doesn't really have one. I want him to get in there and expose that. I don't want him to get loose. I don't want him to make mistakes or take risks. He doesn't need to. You know what I'm saying? Get in there, work him on the inside and whatnot, and then, you know what I'm saying? And then stay in and keep your levels. You know what I'm saying? Work your flanks and whatnot, work your angles and shit, and it should be clean. I'd like to see it go. I mean, I don't want to say it's going to go. It could go to distance. I'm thinking 10 rounds, but it could very well go to distance. But that's my thoughts. Like Tank, I think Tank has a lot of advantages that people don't necessarily give him credit for, which a lot of other people feel this way too. And it's those strengths that I think Ryan's not going to be paying attention to, or his corner is not going to be paying attention to. And once Tank has all the information needed, that's when the fight gets ugly for Ryan. So we'll see. Like, you know, to be honest with you, I could expand upon that more, but we'll see how that all plays out. We will see what. Yeah, he closes his eyes when he throws that hook too. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one who noticed that. I don't know why he does that, and I don't know and I wonder, does he do that because he expects the counter I'm not sure, but I know he drops his hand. He drops his hand when he lunges in and throws, and that's definitely not a good idea because he's just opening himself up for the counter hit. But you know what I'm saying, hopefully his camp has addressed that. Either that or it's doing it as bait. I don't know. We'll see. Yes, I do plan to do to react to the John and Howard thing. I've got a lot of stuff on the list. I promise you. I got a lot of stuff on the list. So we'll see what's what with that. I think it's going to be a good fight. Honestly, I'd like to see Tank beat him in 10 rounds. Not because, you know, I may or may not have put a bet on it. I'm just saying I'd like to... I'm thinking 10 rounds. It could very well go to distance. I think Ryan just doesn't have the experience. I think he has a lot of advantages, or he has a lot of tools. But he's also a very, you know, straightforward type fighter. Like, you know what I'm saying? He doesn't do angles. He doesn't do flanks, shit like that, really. I don't know if Tank's the person you should be doing that to. I'm not sure if you should be doing that much to anybody. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, exactly. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. And the thing is about Ryan is, truth be told, his brand is kind of the pretty boy shit. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to disrespect Ryan. I'm not saying that he's not a fighter, because he is. He is. He's definitely a fucking fighter. And any man who steps into the ring deserves that type of respect. I'm just saying that, like, the way he's pushed for this fight, he's really worked social media. He's really worked social media. And I would like... Sorry, let's reword that. He has to think very clearly about the type of damage he could take in this fight. You know what I'm saying? Especially to the body. Because, you know, I think Ryan's thinking, oh, he's going to try to knock my block off. But truth be told, your body's completely susceptible. So he has to look out for stuff like that too. I don't know, man. You just don't want to see him go in there and get really banged up. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, because he still has a long career in front of him. If he loses to Tank tonight, right? If Ryan loses to Tank tonight, he still is a future prospect as a champion, I should say. You know what I'm saying? He still has a bunch of championship runs in front of him, if that's the case. If he doesn't do well after the loss, then there's an even bigger problem. You know, so we'll see, because there's a lot of pressure on him, more pressure than I think he's taking in the stock, and he really needs to be ready for something like that. But that's neither here nor there. So I'm looking forward to that. I'd like to see Tank beat him in 10 rounds, but truth be told, I'm just looking to make sure this is going to be a good fight, to be honest. And like I said, this could be a resurgence for boxing. Boxing kind of needs it, to be honest with you. And with the lighter weight classes, this is 135. You know, your 135s, your 140s, whatever the case may be. It's a really great opportunity to bring people in. There are a bunch of people who are going to be at that fight tonight. A lot of players from a bunch of different sports, like, you know, whole squads coming out. So it should be a fantastic fight. So that's my initial thoughts on it. After the fight's over, we'll talk about what's what, and we'll go from there. Yes, boxing does need this badly. It needs it badly, because it's boxing to some degree is looked at as an old man sport that's still dirty, and boxing will fighting in general will always be dirty. You know what I'm saying? There will always be someone manipulating odds. There'll always be someone willing to take a dive. There'll be always someone juicing. There'll be all that bullshit. But boxing needs new blood. It needs a lot of new blood into the sport. It needs that. You know what I'm saying? The reason why UFC and most mixed martial arts works out the way it does is, truth be told, it kind of gives you like that WWE type feel when it comes to shit, to be honest. I'm also aware that WWE is being sold to, I can't think of the name right now, but I think they're associated with UFC. But boxing needs not necessarily a fresh coat of paint per se, but it needs to drum up interest. It needs more consideration to it, given the amount of money that's in boxing. You know what I'm saying? Like, boxers make way more money than UFC fighters or just mixed martial art fighters in general. That right there brings a lot of pomp and spectacle to the situation. So, you know, and boxing just needs it. I think boxing really needs it, to be honest, because it's kind of just the same old people, to be honest with you. And keep in mind though too, like, you're always going to have the argument between old heads, right? And then your casuals, and then your like your semi enthusiasts or whatever. And we need to bridge that gap. I think boxing needs it. I think just sports in general needs that. So anyway, but so the Tank and Ryan fight could be, the Davis Garcia fight, I should say, could very well be that. Let's hope. But we'll see. Like I said, I think it's going to be a fun match. I hope it opens the door for other people to fight, and whatnot. Because Jesus Christ, there's a lot of fights out there that need to be made. Because either A, you got guys who are chasing the dream, which is being undisputed, or who are just trying to unify belts. And people are kind of riding it off on bullshit because they're kind of safe because there's not a lot of interest. And so, I don't know. We'll kind of see. In some degree, yeah, as it pertains to the Olympics. In some degree. But we'll see. Like I said, when the aftermath of that fight goes up or if something else comes up, I'll let you know. Now that we're going to leave sports, thank you guys for entertaining me or on that, humoring me on that, because I very rarely get to speak on something like that. If I do it on other people's channels. Let's talk about this nonsense. So I'm not sure if you guys have been keeping up, but Pimp Master Broda. He's had a run-in with Angry Joe over the last few days. And yeah, exactly. And all of a sudden, people in certain circles are starting to run around saying, hey, Angry Joe's starting to act like the Hispanic DSP. Now, anybody who's followed me for any period of time, I've never liked the black DSP. I've never liked the Hispanic DSP. I've never really liked any of those things. But at the same time, it's funny. Go with it. Have a good time with that shit. Joe, but then at the same time, when some of the people bring up the reasons why they say that about Joe, it's starting to look like Howard and John all over again with that bullshit. It really fucking is. Like, when those guys have like those 3-man streams and whatnot, and you have Angry Joe in the front, being loud, being obnoxious, and the other two guys are kind of his brother, and then whoever the other dude is just kind of sitting back in the cut. It used to be at one time, everybody participated. Dudes didn't mind jumping in a little bit and whatnot and saying their piece or trying to make counter arguments or whatever. And then slowly but surely, it turned into one of these situations where, like I said, it was like a John and Howard. They would, it's supposed to be a discussion, but really it's DSP just spouting off his bullshit and then trying to eat off what John and Howard say when they get a chance to say it. It's starting to turn into that. And it's starting to get people annoyed amongst a lot of things. But how did this start off? Apparently there's a Peter Pan live action movie coming out, and one of the lead lost boy, whatever, he apparently has like Down syndrome, or he has some type of disability. And so I guess Pimp Master Broda decided to go ahead and joke about it a little bit. Joe took offense or whatever. Joe ends up going into his comments section and leaving paragraph upon paragraph of type of bullshit. Then Joe says some silly shit, what turns out to be which is apparently a slur now that was used against Beyonce at some time in the past or whatever. And this whole woke culture and everybody trying to be virtue signaling and all that bullshit, it always eats people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it always eats people when they get too involved in that. And so Joe's going through his shit now. It's just kind of dumb, to be honest with you. It's kind of unnecessary. And whether you think it was a good joke or not on Pimp Master Broda's part, for Joe to have taken that much offense to it is obnoxious and obscene. So it's very much going into our DSP territory. Especially when Joe and those other two fellas are actually having fun doing whatever they're doing, it means a lot more. Right? Like when you see people go on stream with Proper, for example, and everybody's joking around, laughing, and having a good time. It's a good time. Right? It's like that. When you start getting ultra serious, or you're starting to try to, essentially, you're trying to out-talk everybody else and whatnot, it gets obnoxious and it gets annoying. And maybe it's because Joe's just getting older. Maybe he's just losing his patience. I don't know. It just seems, I'm just really surprised on just how upset he got. That's all. Just seems kind of silly. Yeah, Joe does this a lot. I mean, the thing is about Joe is Joe has done a lot of antics, and he's been able to kind of fly under the radar. The one thing he can't shake off is that whole Jew Wario situation, where he made that, where allegedly he made a video, a tribute video to him, and he had monetized it. So he can't really get past that. But overall, he's essentially been able to skirt by on a lot of the bullshit that Joe does on any given time. But I think he just took the situation too seriously. He takes himself too seriously. Joe had a good run. I think Joe still may very well have a good run as it pertains to his reviews. And that's kind of debatable. He doesn't need this, if that makes sense. I don't know. Oh yeah, I don't know. That's a good point. I don't know if him and Jew Wario were even that cool. Or I'm pretty sure, is it Jew Wario or Jew Mario? I'm pretty sure it's Jew Wario. But either way, I don't know if they were even that close. But that guy with the glasses nonsense, like that whole situation's kind of crazy. Like, what's that one chick that everybody called Orangutan Girl during the Kick Vic saga? Mars Girl, I think her name is. What's up, Jesse? Big ups to everybody, by the way. She's a nut too. She's really, really nutty. Really, really, really nutty. A lot of them are. A lot of them are kind of silly. I don't know. It's really weird and whatnot. I guess that's what happens when you have just way too much time on your hands, or you're trying to chase shit. I don't know. But that guy with the glasses clique is just weird. And not even weird in a fun way. Just weird. Just weird. But that's my thoughts on that. If you guys want to check that out, I can even leave it in the description later on. There are 2 videos. They're over like the last 2 or 3 days. You can listen to them. It's really funny, but it's really stupid. But, whatever. You know what I'm saying? If you can't point and laugh in this community, you might as well go somewhere else and do it. Let's see. The last thing, to be honest with you, is besides the Davis and Garcia fight, is DSP's reaction to Street Fighter 6. Now, I really don't want to hold y'all, so we may not even get through all of it. Maybe we'll try to. It's like 50 minutes long. We'll see what we do. Let's go ahead and just get to it since I have you guys here. But we'll see how much of it we get through. I said in the last stream that DSP has a habit of telegraphing himself, which he does, wholeheartedly. And from what I've been, to my understanding as it pertains to his thought process on this Street Fighter, on the single player aspect, that's what this covers. He seems to have already kind of preloaded excuses if things don't work out for him in multiplayer. He has already put an expectation on the open world aspect of it and how long is it going to be, how many hours of content and stuff like this. And as a content creator, not myself, but as watching other content creators, as I should say, I've never heard someone say, "Oh, this game's coming out. How many hours am I going to get out of this?" Or I've never really seen that. I understand with much shorter games that the publisher or the developer says, "Oh, it's about 5 or 6 hours. If you do the side quests, it might be 8 to 10." I can understand that part. But just watching other streamers or other YouTubers who are like Dead Island 2, for example, I haven't heard anybody say, "Oh, Dead Island 2 comes out on Friday or Thursday or whatever. I wonder how many hours of gameplay I'm going to get out of this." I've never heard that. And even hearing it from DSP after all these years is still kind of jarring. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It sounds like someone who's working a 9-to-5 job. It's like someone who's working hourly. Which is weird, because isn't that in sharp contrast of him supposedly owning his own business? Right? This is what this is, right? He makes his own schedule, this, that, and the third. But why does he think like an employee instead of thinking like, I don't know, like an owner? With that being said, I heard that DSP was threatened supposedly the other night by somebody who said, "Hey, I'm gonna be in Renton. I might come and see you, whatever." And DSP running around here saying, "Oh, you threatened me, you piece of shit." I gotta tell you, you keep DSP scared, and that's one of the major points of hilarity that this man produces. It's fucking insane. It really fucking is. So it's really fucking insane. You know what I mean? Like, first off, what are you gonna do? Two, it's a gated community that a few trolls have already taken pictures of them hopping gates or your front yard and all that bullshit. Stop. You don't have 24-hour patrol going around that bitch. There isn't dedicated community security or any of that nonsense. Stop. You're embarrassing yourself. Jesus Christ, Phil, you're embarrassing yourself. Let that go. Because it's so fucking embarrassing. All right. Here, let's get into this video. We'll go with it as far as we go with it and whatnot. If I feel the need to cut early or whatever, we can do something later. Because I'm going to like a watch party for the fight and shit, and I got like 15 pounds of pulled pork that I ain't worked on all fucking night, and I want to take a nap before I end up going off to that bitch and hopefully get this money. Anyway, but before we get to Street Fighter, big ups to, let's see here. I got a prompt for this. At least I think I got a prompt for it. I should have a prompt for it. Let's see here. Big ups to the boy, to our homie, Sunspot Gallery. Pigsplaining. I have the link to that in the description. Please check it out if you haven't checked it out already. Yeah, proper. I'll tell you more about this pulled pork thing later, man. I found some really fantastic recipes online. And like I said, it wasn't hard to get 15 pounds of pork butt. So, you could have used pork shoulder too. But, got 15 pounds of pork butt, and then you just, made it happen. Made it work. So, maybe if DSP would have followed my recipe as it pertains to his wife, maybe there'd be a whole lot of love and a whole lot of relaxation going on in that house. Whatever. Anyway, Milk and Cookies likes it. I like it. That's all that matters. So with that being said, big ups to Sunspot. Hopefully you guys are checking out his 8-part. He's done like 8 interviews so far. The link to it will be down in the description. So check that out whenever you guys are ready. And let's go ahead and get into this. Let's go ahead and get into this video, man. Let's see here. I have prompts, I think. Yeah, we do. We got prompts. We are somewhat prepared. Somewhat. Let's see here. Kind of doing this all on the fly, but it should theoretically.
All right, everyone, here we are. I am live reacting.
Here we go. So, let's see here. What else do I need to do? Like I said, I'll play the video for a minute. You guys tell me if it's too loud, not loud enough, whatever the case may be, and then we can move on that. So let me know, and I will play it for you guys right now.
Street Fighter 6 Showcase. Today is April 20th. Yes, everyone, toke up, get your bud ready. Let's see what they have to offer. This is supposed to be featuring single-player content and Battle Hub, and a secret announcement that they've been alluding to is a huge announcement. Don't know if that'll be a new beta or something else, but we're about to find out live. Let's see what they have in store for us. I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. Here we go. Let me know how the volume is, guys, as it's going here, okay? On the live stream. And, of course, those watching on demand at DSPReacts, thanks for watching after the fact. I hope you enjoy.
Okay, so a few things. Okay, like I said, hopefully it sounds good and whatnot. Let me know. If anything, like I said, this is DSP's reaction to the Street Fighter 6 Showcase. And I'll just go ahead and get rid of that, so this way the chat's up there. Why is this man wearing a fedora? And why is he wearing a red one? Why is it not like, I don't know, why is it not black with a red trim or even with a white trim, or why is it not a white fedora? Don't wear a white fedora, because then you can see the pig grease on the inside and outside because he rubs his face and all that nasty shit. Why is he wearing this? Why is is this supposed to be the new hat goal? Is he gonna run around the house and say "my lady" to fucking Khet? What is that dumb shit? Get that shit out of here. It's fucking annoying. Anywho, this is from DSP's React channel. With his piggy fedora. going over this nonsense and whatnot. Yeah, a lot of people from Street Fighter Goji are looking fantastic. I think it's going to be a lot of fucking fun. It really is, to be honest. Looking forward to it. I might even record a lot of it or stream some of it. So that'll be fun. And whatnot. You guys get to see me get beat up live. So that'd be dope. But here we go. Let's go ahead and get into this situation and we'll go from there. Here we go.
Alright everyone, here we are. I am live reacting to the Street Fighter 6 showcase. Today is April 20th. Yes, everyone, toke up, get your bud ready. Let's see what they have to offer. This is supposed to be featuring single-player content and Battle Hub, and a secret announcement that they've been alluding to is a huge announcement. Don't know.
Speaking of which, I had said in the last stream that I was hoping that there'd be an open beta. There isn't. There's a demo, which is cool. I mean, it's in like a few hours you kind of get the idea of it. But it's still worth downloading, to be honest. But outside of that, there's no open beta, that's unfortunate. But there's still plenty of time for at least 1 or 2 betas to be out there before the game starts, at the very least. If not, if you know where to look, because trust me, I've been looking, you can get your hands on a way to crack the beta, and that's a thing too. But you didn't hear that from me, just in case, you know what I'm saying, Capcom one day in the long future decides to sponsor me for some shit. But, you know, if you know where to look for it, you might be able to find it.
That'll be a new beta or something else, but we're about to find out live.
Yeah, Jesse, I hope you do get it, man. Like I said, it's going to be... It's something incredible. It really is. But at the same time, unlike DSP, I'm not going to shit on Street Fighter V. Street Fighter V was almost not made. If it wasn't for Sony stepping in, you know, it would have been a problem. And then, actually, let me address this real fast. DSP shits on Street Fighter V, saying that it wasn't done right at launch. There was all kinds of problems. Oh, the only reason why the FGC community, you know, actually held on to it is because it was all they had, despite the fact there was other games to play. Yada, yada, yada. Let's go ahead and let me give you the piggy translation real fast. Does DSP not tell you guys constantly, especially now, early on in my career, I made a lot of mistakes, I did a lot wrong, and I've grown, I've gotten better, I've made changes. So why do I still get criticized? Okay, well, someone present that to DSP. Street Fighter had started off. Street Fighter 6 5 started off rough. Hell, for all we know, Street Fighter 6 could start off rough. But Street Fighter 5 started off rough. People stuck with it, like DSP's quote-unquote long-term fans, right? Like the base cult members, right? And as time went on, the game got better. DSP allegedly said he got better and his content got better too. So how is it that everybody else needs to give him the benefit of the doubt, but for a game that quote-unquote was in the same situation that he was in, he wants to just go ahead and bash it and drive it into the ground? I'm just asking. I'm really just asking. I know it's amusing and it's a joke me saying, you know, bringing that up, but I want you to really think about it. If Mr. Potato Head has evolved as a person and as a content creator, right, why can't the game evolve over time too and progressively get better? Just saying. Yeah, I know, Exadap. But still, it was fun to bring up. Yeah, Street Fighter 4 did start off kind of rough, but there's something endearing about Street Fighter 4. Like, Street Fighter 4 is beautiful in a lot of ways. And in truth be told, as I said about what Street Fighter 6 is, Street Fighter 6 is really nothing more than Street Fighter Third Strike, Street Fighter 4, and Street Fighter 5 wrapped up, to be honest. But what you're really kind of seeing with this single-player thing is that inclusion that Street Fighter 4 provided. It was the first Street Fighter that was online, available to anybody and everybody. It goes past barriers, whether it pertains to language or countries or whatever, and it kind of really opened the world up. That's what Street Fighter 6 is doing. That's why almost anything and everything you could have ever asked for in a Street Fighter game, we're essentially getting it. So, with that being said, it doesn't get... I think as a fighting game fan, not just as a Street Fighter fan, but as a fighting game fan, this is what you want, because you hope Mortal Kombat will follow suit. You hope Tekken will follow suit. You hope Dragon Ball FighterZ will follow in suit, and so on and so forth, right? Guilty Gear, and, you know, keep it moving. That's what this is. This is setting, I think, a benchmark. As it pertains to DSP, it's not. This is going to give DSP even more reason to isolate himself. It's going to give him even more reason to hide in single player, I think. And I'll point some of that out as we move forward. But for all of the advantages and for all of the ways that this gives anybody a chance to open up and broaden their horizons, it's going to give DSP even more reason to be scared, to be paranoid, and to essentially curl up into a ball. Like, look at now, for example. You have detractors that are either out of the game permanently or temporarily. You got detractors that are trying to get themselves back in position, or you've got new guys coming up that aren't a threat to DSP yet. And what is DSP doing? Since he doesn't have a primary antagonist to go after. Now he's just going after his own people. He's going after people in the chat. He's going after supposed sock accounts and all this nonsense. Now he's attacking the people that are closest to him because the more visible opponents or opposition that he once had, now they're kind of dispersed or they're in disarray. Now all of a sudden he's attacking the very people who he was trying to cultivate and trying to say, hey, I did these things, right? Meaning him taking down all these content creators or whatever. I did this to give us a better community. Now he's attacking that set community. What the fuck? But then again, detractors have been saying that. Once if a detractor leaves, or if the detractor community stops for like a month or two, then who's he going to turn on? Those that are closest to him. Womp womp.
I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. Here we go, here we go. Let me know how the volume is, guys, as it's going here, okay? On the live stream. And, of course, those watching on demand at DSPReacts, thanks for watching after the fact. I hope you enjoy. Here we go. It's a tad loud still.
That's actually a fair point. He very much does want Keem to be his primary, like, the majority op, right? Or the main op. The thing is DSP can't beat his reach. And that whole bullshit about punching down and all that, shut that shit up. It's not going to work. It's really not. Especially when Keem is not just trying to make money with DSP, but he's trying to make money off of DSP. And that's where DSP's problem is. Or that's what DSP's problem is with him, I should say. DSP wants to be looked at as an equal partner instead of just a 25% owner, if you will. Plus, Keem is handling all of the sponsorships, all of the endorsements. He's getting all of the back end money, or at least the majority of it, stuff like that. Like, if you look at how Keem wants to have that whole thing structured, because Keem is putting up the majority of the money, he should get the majority of the money. So when he says, okay, we're going to split the show up a quarter for each of us, right? So you're talking about ad revenue, you're talking about super chats, super thanks, all that bullshit. But then there's sponsorships and endorsements too. But then there's even more money, like that's on the back end, right? Because I learned some of this from the Philip DeFranco thing when he had like Red Rocket or whatever. I remember Memology did like a whole story on it way back in the day and whatnot that really expanded my horizons on the type of money you could make off YouTube. Then there's all that. And that really isn't necessarily associated directly with the show more than with Keem's brand. So Keem's brand is going to make money off of this while he's making money with them. And is DSP that financially savvy, or does he have that type of business sense? No. But what DSP does know is Keem's going to come off with the majority of the money, and DSP don't like it. But DSP is not bringing anything to the table that makes him warranted to get a larger cut. Not a larger cut than Boogie or Wings, to be honest. So things like that need to be taken into account. Yeah, exactly. DSP wants all of the money. And he'll never be able to get that. Ever. Oh, why, August? Why? I don't believe he has pride. I'm not... Damn it, August, I fuck with you like this. Like, why'd you have to do this? I'm just going to say that DSP wants all of the control. And he's willing to tank a very lucrative deal to get it. Which is stupid. which is stupid. Exactly. And actually, someone brought up another point. How's it punching down when he's taking out Detractor channels? So, yeah, thank you, Gray Fox, for coming through and helping me out with this. Yeah, it's definitely arrogance and ego, for sure. August put me in a spot and whatnot, but damn. But it's definitely that. Because at the end of the day, take the fucking money. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, truth be told, like, let's keep it a buck with each other, right? Even if DSP took the 50,000, there's going to be somebody over there that's going to give him money daily anyway. We all know this. You know what I'm saying? Yes, there may be a few of them over there that smarten up or they hold on to their purse strings a little longer or whatever the case may be, but there'll always be someone that'll donate to him. But DSP cannot see past his own hoof, and he doesn't want to risk it. He doesn't. Yeah, it's definitely. I don't care if it's blood money. Get it. You know what I'm saying? Because if not, people are gonna now. People used to look at his begging as rather pathetic and rather egregious. Yeah. Now it's just absurd and obnoxious, as well as other things. Who turns down 50 grand? Well, just on the front end. Who turns down a big money opportunity like that? Does DSP think that these guys are just going to stop giving him money altogether? DSP can sit there and say, "Oh, I had to use that 50,000 for back taxes," or whatever bullshit that comes up in his head, right? Let's be honest. And you guys said that I need to get a second job. You guys said I need to find another way of getting income. Well, that's what the podcast is. But I still need your help right now. I still need you guys to contribute. I still need you guys' support. Because DSP could even say, I don't even know why the fuck I'm helping DSP right now. If DSP went ahead and took the money and went on the show, DSP could literally say, I don't know, episode 2 or 3 of the podcast, it ended up pulling in like, let's say, let's not be absurd, but let's say like $4,000. Okay, that's $4 grand split 4 ways. So I didn't get $4,000, I only got $1,000. And then DSP can do what Wings likes to do. Oh, well, yeah, it's $1,000, but then I have to pay taxes on it, and then I had to give some money to Kelly, and then I had to get that Wendy's chili, and then I had to do this, and then there's really not much. There's like $400 after it's all said and done. Just do that. Exactly. DSP will find a way to justify the begging no matter what. So why not just take the money? Why not just take the money? And here's the thing, and this is what anybody should do with contracts. If after like let's say it's a show a month. I can't remember what the format that Keem wanted to do. Maybe it was a show every week, so four shows a month basically. So let's say after like 6 months, viewership's incredibly high, money's coming through, whatever. If you're DSP, go back to Keem and negotiate for more money. Just negotiate for more money. Say, hey, I want a larger cut. You know what I'm saying? Or I think I'm deserving of a larger cut. Or whatever the case may be. And like I said, Keem is talking about, like I said, sponsorships, endorsements, merchandise, all of that shit. So you're talking about an obscene amount of money that could eventually pop off if things work out. Just ask for a larger cut if things are really working out. If not, then what the fuck? If you stop giving me money now, then what's good with the 50 grand? Like I said, you can make all kinds of excuses on where the money goes. You can make because truth be told, the government's going to take a cut of that shit anyway. You know what I'm saying? To be honest. The thing is about the 50 grand that I think that scares DSP is a lot like what you guys are saying right now. Oh, well, what are you going to do with the money? Well, why don't you improve your setup? Why don't you take Catherine on that honeymoon? Why don't you get Catherine her own car? Why don't you pay for some of the, why don't you make payments on some of the, what's the word I'm looking for? Why don't you fix the house up? The bathrooms, the kitchen, the floor, all of that. You know what I'm saying? Why don't you do these different things? Why don't you go ahead and get Kat the fat cat? Why don't you get Kat her gym membership again? So, you know, Jim and Tyrone can help her get back into shape. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't have... I don't think he wants to make an excuse for all those things. I don't think he wants to justify what he has to do with the money. But even then, that's not a reason to not pursue the money. DSP is a liar. Let him lie about whatever the fuck comes to mind. Who gives a shit? Yes, truth be told, a majority of it would go to WWE champions. Clearly. You know what I'm saying? But let's be honest, the audience don't need to know that shit. Tell the audience whatever you have to tell them to go from point A to fucking Patreon, PayPal, fucking Super Chats or whatever. Say whatever you have to say to get them to that point. Who gives a shit? He's going to lie to them anyway. If they haven't realized that yet, they deserve to get conned. They deserve to be ripped off. I'm just saying. Who gives a shit? But take the money. Take the goddamn money. Because you think Keem gives a fuck about what DSP spends his money on? No. Keemstar looks at DSP like he would look at any junkie. Hey, I already paid you. You know what I'm saying? You already got your paycheck for the week or for the month, guys. Or for the week or for the month, Phil. What do you want me to do? Do you want to do an after show with me, Phil? Do you want to have do you want to have like an hour that we can do something on Sunday or whatever? What's up, dude? And we can talk it out or whatever. Maybe we can get you some extra super chats there. I mean, Keem would literally have all of the advantages financially because he's the one that's holding all the purse strings. You know what I'm saying? And it just gets obscene when you really think about it. So yet again, like I said in the last on the last stream, Keem will push whatever buttons he needs to get DSP where he needs to get DSP at. Like I said, he already has Wings and Boogie locked in. All you need is to get DSP from point A to point B. And if you have to sit here and get in bed with a DSP detractor or whatever to make that happen, so be it. There's other ways, there's better ways of doing it, truth be told. But whatever it takes to push the buttons to get DSP there. And if any of you guys have been paying attention, I think James the Lesser actually recently went over it. But anybody could look at DSP stats and you can see it. Dude, the views are tanking. You go to DSP's front page right now, that's just ridiculous. It's embarrassing. You go to DSPReacts, same bullshit. Reeacks. It's embarrassing. He's running out of options. And the money amongst the fucking audience, the fan base, the dents, whatever you want to call them, is drying up. He's going to have to make a decision. And despite what he said, what DSP has said, if shit gets desperate and he decides to go to Keem, Keem will take him in with open arms. He'll put his ass into a contract that's iron fucking clad, but you know what I'm saying? Keem will take him because the money in the long term beats out whatever pig babbling that DSP's doing now. I promise you. And in the exact same way that DSP's telling you, oh, I would never go back to fucking to Twitch, he'll go to Keem if he's desperate enough. Catherine starts losing more and more weight. He can't start making his pulls for his guild and WWE champions. He starts slipping in that Street Fighter mobile game and God knows what other games he's playing. And he gets desperate enough, he'll start doing the things that he says he won't do. Trust me. Trust me. All right, here, let's get this video.
I lowered it a little more. We'll adjust on the fly here. Here we go. Where's Lil Wayne? Get him out here immediately. I demand to see him first before the game. I want Lil Wayne.
Exactly. Money will always force his hand before anything else. Now, keep in mind, DSP, I've said this, DSP will sacrifice money for his ego. But when his ego evaporates temporarily, and it's time to really get this money to keep him and to keep Catherine in their comfort zone or whatever, then that's when we start sacrificing shit. If a man has pride, and I allow me to be very frank about this. Any man, woman, or otherwise who has pride, you put your family before everything. You know what I'm saying? Your family is your number one priority. And we've all heard the stories, maybe even some of you guys have seen it, where you have parents who will refuse to eat to make sure their kids eat. That's pride. That's pride. DSP doesn't have that. He's never had that. What DSP wants is to be comfortable. and he'll do as little as possible to make it happen. Yes, I'm thinking Goji Tanks is going to track his ass down too. I'm looking forward to it. I really am. I'm looking forward to it. I expect... Actually, let me lay down the gauntlet. I think Goji Tanks, Evil AJ, Soma Julius Cruz, Sunspot Gallery. There's a couple of people that are gonna. There's gonna be a couple of people that are gonna headhunt DSP once that game drops. It's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be fucking fantastic. All right, let me jump back. If you have pride, you will do whatever you can. If he had pride, you would do whatever you can for your family. Period. DSP doesn't have that. Oh, that's right, Jose. My bad. Jose will also be up in the mix. You guys know who the usual suspects are. You know what I'm saying? You guys already know. Like I said, the hunt will be on for him. If dude had pride, he would do everything he can for his family and essentially to hold on to what he has. But DSP looks like he's speed running to go broke in the strangest way possible, because he thinks, oh, only a couple more years until I get credit, and then not too long until mommy and daddy go. Until mommy and daddy Burnell croak out. And I don't think they're going to be passing anytime soon. So can DSP hold on for another 10 years? Can he hold on for another 15? How long do you think it's going to take for DSP to speed run through his credit? His newly established credit. Now that I think about it, do you think DSP... what's going on with Catherine's credit, if she even has any? Oh, I'm not expecting... you're absolutely right. I'm not expect... Thank you. I love you dearly. I don't expect DSP to have any... I don't expect anything big out of DSP. Right now, like you're saying, he's going to hype that shit up because everybody else is. Everybody else on YouTube is extremely excited about it. They're looking forward to it. DSP sees their views and he wants to get in there. But once shit gets crazy, once shit gets real, then we got a problem. Then we're going to see how much love he actually has for the game when that happens. I promise you. Speaking of which, let me throw on a song really fast, and let me actually go ahead and check the oven really quick, and I'll be right back. Let me give you guys something. Let's do... Let's do that. I'll be right back. Yes, Gout Cloud is right. But here, let's get into the video. Like I said, as we go through it, we'll talk a little bit more about it, because I don't mean to hold you guys too long. All right, here we go.
My screen right now. Get him out here. Roll him out. This is not Lil Wayne. I'm very upset already. They've already screwed up.
Of little significance, tucked away in a remote corner of Asia. It's rather fascinating.
What do we got? So this is World Tour mode where you make your own character, which I'm excited for, actually. He did a spinning pile driver to a barrel. So yeah, you fight the NPC characters. Look at this. Oh, you can use items in combat? You mean like freaking Yakuza? So it's like Yakuza, but it's 2D. It's 2D Yakuza. It is like Yakuza.
What you buying, stranger? Now, here's the thing. I understand that all of us revert back to something that's familiar to us when you encounter something new. But the fact that he's running to... He's automatically equating it to Yakuza or whatever the case may be is going to be one of the telltale signs. It's him telegraphing what's going to eventually come later. Because now, him saying, oh, this right here is familiar to this, is exactly what he did with Street Fighter V when he thought it was going to be the second coming of Super Turbo. Mark my words. And DSP is going to get really pissed off when he finds out that he can't get those, not overpowered, but those high-end items or the high-end food buffs or whatever the case may be, when he can't get his hands on that and his opponent does, and he's just getting beat up left and right. I mark my words, it's going to happen.
You can buy healing items, food. Dude, they made Street Fighter Yakuza. No way. Haha. Jesus Christ. He destroyed that Buddhist monk. He murdered the man. So
exactly. DSP's going to blame everything. Everything new. He's going to blame it on... He has so much to complain about. That's really how I should say this. DSP now... Street Fighter 6 is going to provide DSP with so much to complain about. It's going to be absurd. And then on top of that, he's going to combo some of the flaws that he perceives of Street Fighter 6 with Street Fighter 5. It's going to be all day. I don't like this. Why do they have to make it this way? This is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? How they expect? They only made it for the FGC crowd. They didn't make it for anybody else. You know what I'm saying? How is this supposed to be? What about the people who don't want to play it casually? While DSP goes up there in the multiplayer, gets beat up, and gets mad about it. So either DSP, you're playing the shit casually, you're playing it competitively, or you're playing it competitively for, like, the FGC. Which one is it? And we all know number 3 don't count. So it's either the first or the second. And watch how he flip-flops between the both of them. And then it's my understanding that he wants to play it on Xbox, which doesn't matter because there's going to be crossplay, so it doesn't matter. But the PC audience is going to hurt him. And since he's not going to know who's PC and who isn't, I just think you're going to see that little icon that shows that it's crossplay. I don't think it's going to show you exactly who, you know, like what console you're playing against or whatever. But maybe it will. He'll use that as an excuse as well. And then there's a feature in this that everybody I've talked to, excuse me, everybody that I've talked to about Street Fighter 6 did not see the use of it the way that I'm thinking. And I'm gonna throw it at you guys and see what you guys think. But there's a thing that they put into this game that is really clever. And it's really clever as it pertains to online. And I'll point it out when I get there, because I'm really bad at telegraphing myself.
We're supposed to learn a lot about Battle Hub today. That's sexy beat.
Oh, actually, DSP versus Maximilian is great, but I want to see DSP versus Low Tier God. And we have a very, very good chance of seeing something like that. And DSP versus Alex Valle versus Smug. There's a lot of guys I want to see him play.
Yeah, look at that. Wait, you can fight in Battle Hub too? We didn't know this. I thought that Battle Hub was just a lobby where you wait to get multiplayer. No, the people are fighting with their custom characters in Battle Hub. That's kind of neat. I wonder if that'll have any significance to the mode. Huh. It's funny, they look like anime characters, like One Piece characters fighting. They look like Hagar. That's cool. Just a stage? Joe Man says, "Bet it's just a stage." Yeah, but these are created characters. These are created characters people are fighting with online, which we didn't know you could do until today. We always thought it was just.
You saw that OTG right there? That was dumb. That was dumb shenanigans. Here, let me bring this back. Like, I want you to, like, take... Oh, yeah, this is supposedly supposed to be Maximilian. The guy with the glasses here. I don't think it looks anything like him, really, but it's funny. There's people on Reddit joking about it.
To the mode. Huh. It's funny, they look like anime characters, like One Piece characters fighting. They look like Hagar.
Yeah, I'll wait till it comes up. That shit's crazy, what they did with this.
Just a stage? Joe Man says, "Bet it's just a stage." Yeah, but these are created characters.
That was dumb too.
These are created characters people
that
are fighting
extended
with
leg into
online,
fucking dive kick,
which we didn't know you could do until today. We always thought it was just going to be single player. So this is actually pretty unique. Neat to see your own creation be put in a competitive setting. Give me a whole other mode to the game than worrying about the competitive play. Interesting. I like that.
What's up, everybody?
Yes, here he is.
Welcome to the Street Fighter.
Finally.
How about that new trailer? Listen,
there was no
I've
new
been playing
trailer. What are you
Street Fighter
talking about?
since I was a kid, but this new game is on another level. We're talking new ways to fight, crazy new game modes and the most content we've ever seen.
You know what's crazy? It's wild kind of seeing him sober. And not, because I've never seen Wayne, quote unquote, sober. But I've never, it's crazy not seeing him high. It seems, it's kind of weird not seeing him high.
So let's get into
Either that or his tolerance is so high that it's like watching Snoop. And you just can't tell. I don't know, but he looks pretty sober to me.
This showcase started with the latest from Street Fighter 6's director, Takayuki.
No, we want to hear more from you, Lil Wayne. Forget about this guy.
Thanks for tuning in, everyone.
Look at him.
My name is Takayuki
Forget him.
Nakayama, director of Street Fighter 6.
Come on.
As you saw in the beginning of our latest trailer, Street Fighter 6 features significant single-player content
Good.
in the form of World Tour.
Good.
Did you guys catch that? Wayne says, hey, now that you guys have seen the newest trailer, DSP says, no, it wasn't a new trailer. What are you talking about? This guy comes up there and says, now that you guys have seen our latest trailer, DSP's just head nodding to it like, yep, that was a new trailer. Jesus, Phil, you're such a piece of shit. Such a petty piece of shit.
I'd like to tell you more about World Tour.
Let's hear. Yes, please. I'm excited for this. Street Fighter actually having a significant single-player mode would be amazing. Some of this used for performance mode, it says. So basically, they're saying it might not look this good. Okay. That's right. It's supposed to take place in Metro City. Da-da-da-da-da. Look at this, like little downtown Chinatown area. Yeah, look, this is like Times Square. So I guess it's supposed to be New York City, but it's Metro City. Yeah. Now we don't care about Luke. We don't care about this guy.
You'll be
He
able
sucks.
to create an avatar with a high degree of customization.
Yes, make your own
Assume
character.
the role of the protagonist joining Buckler Security Services training course.
Guys, let me know how the volume is, alright?
There, you'll meet your coach, Luke.
No,
for
not
basic
Luke!
training and set off on your adventure.
Say, you're photogenic.
Can't you choose another coach? Anyone but him.
Gonna help him handle this.
We don't need one of the Paul brothers teaching us how to fight. Look at this guy. Nice hair. Mr. Fancy Pants. Punch it right in the...
Hey, who's that guy that DSP has that man crush on? Is it like John Leguizamo or some shit? Is that what he reminds you of, Phil? I'm just asking. You know, no judgment here. I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
Nuts. First hit. Low blow.
It's during this basic training course that you'll meet Bosch, your rival
Bosch?
and classmate.
Bosch and
One of
Lom.
the great things about World Tour.
I'm sorry. It's John Stamos. Thank you. John Stamos. Oh, this shit's so funny.
Interact with a slew of unique characters.
Come on, man.
That's good.
So now we're ready to hit the streets.
Is it too low now? You want it louder?
From various walks
Here you go,
of
look at
life
this.
inhabit the world of Street Fighter, but they all love a good fight. With a single press of a button, you can seamlessly enter a battle with them. Bystanders will also come to see
Fuck
what's
up the
going
guy
on.
in the random guy with a backpack. Just beat him up.
Street Fighter 6 features the tried and true classic 6-button control
There we go,
style,
made it louder.
but also adds a new 4-button modern control style.
4-button
that features
modern.
3 attack strengths and allows you to perform special moves with a single button.
Ah,
press.
so that's the accessibility mode. Got it.
You can perform special moves by pressing a direction and the special move button, which will let you enjoy the tactical side of fighting games.
Aha.
There's also an assist button for performing combos, so use all this as much as you want.
So you can play easy mode or you can
The
play
more you
competitive.
battle, the stronger your avatar becomes. Earn experience points through battle to level up your stats, such as your vitality.
It reminds me of Yakuza.
Some fights have specific objectives that can be completed to earn more rewards and items.
We fight the cop up. That's
And
not
add a
right.
new ring
And see,
of
DSP is going to miss the point on this because not only is it it's going to allow you to grind a bit, which is kind of right up DSP's alley to some degree, but I think he's going to become bored with it fast. But he's going to become resentful when he finds other people who have these builds who have grinded out points to increase their stats or attributes, and he's not going to have what they have. So it's going to be It's going to be silly. No, what did DSP say about KFC? Oh, KFC and gin. I'm not surprised. If that's really the case, I'm not surprised. A DSP would pull some dumb shit like that. It is what it is. Holy shit. What's up, James? Welcome to the situation. It's just a test, and that is all. Holy shit.
A poor sailor. Stop beating up the sailor. Jesus. There's a random woman on the street beating up.
You can purchase wearable gear at clothing
There you
shops. That gear affects your avatar's
Dripping
appearance
style.
and your stats and characteristics as well.
I got my drip. I got my drip for this.
The product lineup changes from time to time. So
Now, DSP's an idiot. He's not listening. But as you change with different articles of clothes, it changes your attributes. So that right there just adds a whole new depth to the situation. But as you get into, I think, when Street Fighter starts to expand into these different areas you can go to, and you have different clothing items depending on the area you're in, it's going to also have that status effect as well. And if DSP's not paying attention, which he's not, he's going to get fucked over. And then they also just said here, my bad, I'll bring it back a little bit because I talked over it, that periodically new clothing items come in as well. I'm not sure if they're going to be like limited edition or, you know, hey, this is going to show up for a few weeks or a few months and then it'll come back or whatever. But if he's not actively paying attention to these things, he's going to miss out. And that's what's going to end up getting him bombed later. But we'll see.
periodically to see what's for sale. You can purchase wearable gear at clothing
There you
shops. That gear affects your avatar's
Dripping
appearance
style.
and your stats and characteristics as well.
I got my drip. I got my drip for this.
The product lineup changes from time to time, so check the stores periodically to see what's for sale.
Is that CJ?
There's also a variety of eateries to visit in the game.
This is exactly like a dragon or
Food purchased from these
Buying the
places can
food.
restore
Look at the
your
pizza.
vitality, give your stats a temporary boost, and other perks. You can also use these items to give yourself a helping hand during battle.
Yeah, just like Yakuza, and then it gives you the instant boost. But it's all 2D fighting. That's the difference.
This way.
Oh, it's Jamie. That's one of the new fighters. You know, bubble jackets aren't very effective when they're short sleeve and have a midriff. I'm just saying.
Congrats. From now on, you can tell people you are a student of the great Jamie Show.
There you go. Get them nice and drunk. Right before the
You
fight.
knock that back and make it official anyway.
Moxtress, this is very smart. Street Fighter V was so wrong at launch. I couldn't agree more. Seriously. This kind of a mode is going to open up the game to so many people who want to play Street Fighter but don't care about competition. They're going to have fun with this mode.
Then why would you not to be a dick, but then why would you be playing fighting games in general if you're not trying to do it in a competitive setting, or if you're not trying to be competitive online? Just saying. I understand where DSP's angle is about how there was no single player mode or no arcade mode or story mode when Street Fighter V came out. I get that, but I'm also saying though too, you know, they were trying to market the game at launch to a particular group of people, himself included. He wasn't saying that before Street Fighter V actually came out. He was sucking it off like everybody else was. So whatever. Another thing, I don't know why this meme's going around that my man was trying to spread all this alcohol out to everybody. You know what I'm saying? For all you know, it could be some type of tea or some type of ginseng extract, or it could be whatever. It could be some type of 1,000-year-old secret Chinese, you know what I'm saying, drink, and everybody wants to immediately think it's alcohol. And I feel like that's just we're being kind of extra about it. If Jamie says it's not liquor, then it's not liquor. I'm just throwing it out there. Shit.
Really boost your energy.
A family-made herbal drink, dude. That is booze, you idiot. You can't lie.
But see, that's what I'm saying. And yet again, that's what I'm saying. That's DSP going ahead and just jumping in and going to what he knows best. Oh, it has to be liquor. That's what it is. You know, it's not like you could have a flask with anything else in it. It has to be just liquor. It's a lot of projection. But I thought it was funny, though. I thought it was funny that there's people memeing it up online. It's like, go ahead and get that brother nice and loose, nice and drunk, and then get him out there and get beat up. Holy shit.
This is an herbal drink. Yeah, okay. Yeah, look! That's freaking pure grain liquor, you sucker.
While exploring the city, open up your device to check the various missions you can take on.
Even the menus look like
going to
yeah.
Hey, I saw the joke with the whole ginseng. I saw it. I saw it. It's funny. Big up Silent Weapon. It's funny. But you know what I meant.
Chinatown to meet a legendary fighter. Becoming the student of a legendary fighter grants you access to their master action.
Okay. Look at that. The city is cool. You got landmarks
Some
and
master
stuff.
actions can be used to
Look at that. He's a freaking Honda headbutt. Oh my god, look at this.
Plenty of opportunities to use master actions in different ways, but they all consume the drive gauge, so you'll have to be careful how often you use them. When traversing the city, there are enemies that will suddenly attack you.
Mad Gear
That's when
Dancer.
you can use the World Tour exclusive move, Drive Stall, to slow the flow.
Oh, look at this. You slow time if
This
you
will
want to
slow
skip the
down
enemies.
movements of surrounding enemies, and master actions become more powerful.
Super
You can
headbutt.
also use this to avoid enemy attacks or strike first to gain the advantage when the battle begins. During
Could
battle,
be neat.
opponents will start to glow white. This is when you have an opening to strike during an enemy's weakest point.
Okay.
Now, this is the part that I thought was really smart. While you're playing the single-player campaign, yeah, they're actually teaching you how to play the game, right? They're trying to feed you some of the core mechanics. And for someone like DSP, this is going to be wasted upon. Like, he's not going to take it for what it is, right? He'll only take it in the moment, if you will, and then it'll be completely discarded and be like, oh, well, I didn't understand how to use this particular drive function, or the game never told me that, dude, or it never handheld me through this, or whatever. When in actuality, they're telling you, hey, this is the situations that your opponents might put themselves in. This is how you can identify it and how you can counter against it. And it's going to be completely fucking wasted upon him, which is unfortunate. Which is completely fucking unfortunate.
Landing a normal attack here will trigger what we call pressure time.
Ah, look, it's like a
More
counter
damage
hit.
than usual.
Yep.
However, if you can land a special move, it'll take you one step further. You'll put them into a stun state. Keep this in mind when battling on the streets.
This is interesting, man. Just think, this is all in addition to the regular game. It's just content in there that you could skip if you don't care about it, but for some people might love this. Oh shit, that's Chun-Li's trainee. That's the girl from Street Fighter 3, I forgot her name. Li Fen, yeah. In Street Fighter 3, she was a small child, now she's grown up, and Chun-Li's training her. Oh, that's neat. Advancing the storyline. Ah! Nice flip. Bonk. Ah! How embarrassing.
Li Fen, I'm disappointed in you.
I gotta be honest with you. Should DSP be watching this part? Because, you know, Chun-Li's a bit more mature. She's definitely thick. He doesn't want Khet to be downstairs crying about this, does he? I don't know. Maybe he shouldn't be looking at, you know, anime waifus like this. I feel like Khet might be offended or even jealous. I don't know. I'm just trying to look out for DSP's wedding or marriage and well-being, because I don't know if this is a good idea for him. Just saying. I'm just saying. But she's Chinese. I don't know if Catherine has a problem with that. I just think Catherine has a problem with a woman who has hips like that. Just throwing it out there.
When you decide to become a student of a legendary fighter, you can also undertake special missions. Complete those missions to strengthen the bond between you.
Ooh, I don't like
and the
that
master.
font. Hope we could change that
And you'll
text
open up
font.
new stories to learn more
It's
about
annoying.
them.
No voice dialogue though, guys. You got to read all the text. Sucks. No voice acting. Well,
You can
what you
give
gonna
the
do?
master presents to strengthen your bond with them, and also see how they react to your gift.
Wonder how many trainers there will
Choosing a
be.
master's style lets you use their basic attacks.
Ah. I will not be using Luke then.
Using that style in battle lets you accumulate experience points, which raises your style level. Level up enough, and you can visit your master to learn new attacks.
Learn their special
expand your
moves. What I've been
moveset.
saying. This looks cool, man. Learn their special moves, put it into your
In
repertoire.
addition to experience points, you can also earn skill points through battles. These can be used by opening up your device and selecting skills. Here you can unlock buffs for your character that can increase their punch or kick strength, maximize their vitality, and more. The drive stall move we just touched upon is also unlocked via skill points.
This is
As you can
neat.
see,
It's a game
in
within a
World Tour
game.
mode,
It's seriously a whole
You can
game.
build a character that's unique to you by leveling up your style and skills.
Yeah, see?
and
That was
customizing
Jury's
your
moves.
basic and special
That's
attacks.
Jury's special attacks. There's Zangief's special attacks. I don't even know what that is. That's like a new character special attacks right there. That's probably, what's his name, JP or whatever? I think so. That's, is that Cammy? Yeah, that was Cammy. Zangief right here. But you made your own custom wrestler with a luchador mask. That's neat. Pretty neat. Oh, is the new character Marissa or Marisa? I don't know how to pronounce her name. She's supposed to be like a gladiator. Oh, what the? They have a lion? You have to fight the lion? That's crazy. That's fun though, right? Something different. There she is. Let me fight the lion. Alright, admittedly I hate her
During
hair.
your
That's just
adventure,
stupid.
You'll obtain
Her hair's a
flight
helmet.
tickets, which you can use to travel from Metro City to other locations.
That gold chain is fire, though. That gold chain is so fucking fire. Holy shit.
The world map.
Ah.
If you want to learn all of the styles and moves, you'll have to dedicate some time to find the legendary fighters
Italy!
scattered around the world.
I haven't really seen her fight yet.
And you'll find many of your favorite characters in World Tour.
Like him? Who the fuck's that?
Unexpected appearance.
Yeah, see, this is the kind of the cool part too, and big ups to everybody who's in chat. The fact that they are incorporating people from like Final Fight and possibly even other Capcom games that were in the past or whatever, I think that's a cool little addition as well. I don't know if it's gonna be playable, but it's still kind of dope to see stuff like that happen.
Who is
But
that?
that also tells me, or at least it gives me the kind of hope that just like, I mean, Street Fighter V has been around for what, like 7 years? So Street Fighter is going to be something similar. I think we're going to get like 6 or 7 years out of it, even though supposedly we're getting new consoles in like another like 2 or 3 years, allegedly.
Carlos Miyamoto? That's the character's name. Who was that? Oh, that's Damned. He's a boss from Final Fight. Him I recognize. He's the first boss in Final Fight.
Yeah, Raiden, I think tonight's going to be a good fight, man. I really think it's going to be a fantastic fight tonight. So I'm having a good time with it. So I think it's going to be pretty cool. We'll see how it goes, and then we'll come back and talk about it. I don't think you can actually like really use any footage like that for like up to like a year or something like that. We'll see. Like, I'm sure there'll be like a compilation out there. Someone will figure out a way to get past the copyright, and then, you know, maybe if we can do like a breakdown or something, that'd be cool.
There are characters steeped in mystery, and organizations you may recognize.
Are they bosses? Can you fight them?
All
That's
of which
cool.
come together to immerse you in the Street Fighter universe.
Rudra? I don't know who that is. This is pretty neat. Everything I'm seeing, I'm liking. This seems like a really awesome mode right now. And the question is how long?
Nishal is a large city that serves as a...
But yet again, how long? Why does that even matter? And this is one of the things that I've been kind of thinking about, because you know me, I don't pity DSP for shit. But his thought process on stuff is kind of, it's sad, if you will. Like, instead of, like, it's not about the end, right? It's about the journey, right? It's about what's in, it's DSP is very much a black and white type individual. It's the beginning and the end. He very much disregards the journey and the middle, the substance, if you will. And you're seeing that here. Like, what you saw with Metro City, what you saw with this stage here, what you're going to see with other stages, I think, or other worlds, or other countries, or whatever the case may be, that they end up incorporating in the game moving forward. It isn't about how long, it's going to take you to go through all that. Because there's probably different levels of challenges for every part in this little stage or this little world, right? Like, I think that's what's going to give it a lot of replay value. And then you're going to want to get all the different types of clothing. You're going to want to get all the different types of food and trinkets or whatever the case may be, so you can use later. I think it's stuff like that that's lost upon him. And I think it goes back to what DSP usually is. Go through it as quickly as possible. Try to get as much overpowered shit as possible. And hopefully dominate. And I think he's going to find out very quickly that that's not how this is going to work. And I don't think he's going to be willing to put the time into it. And if this shit becomes way too hard to where we're going to play this on like just Friday night fights or whatever you want to call it, if he's only playing it one day, he's done. He's dead in the water. This right here, this game, whether he's playing it online or he's playing it single player, is like a 2 or 3 or even a 4-day a week type situation. Jesse, I'm actually starting to think that too. I think he'll give it over a year. I think in 6 months we'll see where his head's at with it. Once he's been beat down, once he sees that other people have progressed further than him, once he puts out the excuse that, oh, I don't get to play this every day like everybody else does, how do you expect me to be good? Once he starts throwing out pathetic shit like that, and he starts playing it less and less, then you'll really see. But I think he'll play it for a full year. I honestly think he'll play it for a full year, or even a little more than a year. But I don't know if he's going to have the enthusiasm, if you will, to keep playing it at any type of level after 6 months. But at the same time, 6 months might be too much. Who could say? So who could say? Time will tell.
Another open world. Tour. It's not just Metro
Complete
City.
With its own stores that differ from the ones you find in Metro City.
Look at the food.
In contrast to Metro City's urban landscape, this city has a fairly complex topography. And who you'll meet in this new city.
You beat up the fridges. This is cool, man. Fight the
That's
fridges.
All we have to show you for World Tour mode this time. We hope that you enjoy not only the battle portion, but the story and creating your own character as well.
Found it! Yeah!
But truth be told, as it pertains to KOF, DSP had no business playing that game anyway. Just like he has no business playing Guilty Gear, just like he has no business playing Tekken or Virtual Fighter, he needs to stick to what he knows, and that's Street Fighter. He has no business really playing anything else. Truth be told, he has no business playing anything else. And he knows it.
You got your buddy there.
One day a week's not going to do anything for him, but eventually that's what's going to end up drumming down to. It's not going to do anything for him. But I'll tell you this, playing it 2 days a week isn't going to be enough. Probably playing it 3 days a week is not going to be enough. But DSP, oh, well, the hot new releases are coming out, guys, so I need to push this back. Or, we'll still play it on Friday night fights, and maybe I'll try to squeeze it in on a Saturday or whatever. But, I got all these new games, man, and I got to think about my business. And then once he starts to fall further and further behind from everybody else, he's going to get screwed. Like, I'll try to be brief about this. So right now he's in platinum rank, right? He has no business being there. He's getting beat up, or he was getting beat up while he was in there. When the full game comes out, if he's still at platinum rank, or if they bring him down to if they bring everybody down to where you have to test or you have to play matches out to find out what your rank is, he's going to be fucked in multiple ways. Let me give you an example. If DSP gets platinum rank again, there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to get the platinum rank fast. I don't expect to be at platinum. I hope that I'm going to be at like high gold, but I don't think I'm going to be at platinum. Anybody who is at platinum, he's going to get beat the fuck up. So either he stops playing rank and immediately goes to single player so he can so his ego can still hold on to being at platinum, or he lets himself get D-ranked to gold, or even the low gold, or even the silver, and then he eases off and goes off and plays single player. But by the time he comes back to multiplayer again, or to rank, all the people who were at gold, or even at silver, or even at bronze, those guys are going to all be fucking savages at that point. They may not all be killers, but they're all going to be essentially uncaged savages at that point. He's not going to be able to compete with that. Yeah, he'll get his couple of, I don't want to call them scrubs. He'll get his couple of noobs here or there, but he's not going to get enough low-level competition to feed his ego. He's going to have to fucking work for all of that shit. And he's going to complain. He's going to complain hard. Then he's going to say, oh, there's lag. Oh, there's this. There's that. Then we might actually see him go from Xbox to PlayStation. If he decides to buy 2 copies. We'll see. And then you guys already know what the main argument's going to be. Oh, the people on PC have all the advantages. Oh, the people on PC, it runs better for them and not for the people on console. They completely left everybody on console to the wind to cater to PC. Well, first off, Phil, that's not really true. But secondly, competitive Street Fighter is moving to PC. Like, that's where your tournaments are going to eventually get to. Not now, because it's too expensive. But sooner or later, that's what's going to happen. That's one of the things that Arturo has been pushing for a number of years. A lot of these guys play on PC. If you're playing Fightcade, you're already there. So, yeah, some of these guys are still playing on console, because there's no reason to drop console. But it's going to slowly move to PC. And with crossplay, which is what we all wanted, that's just what's going to happen. Just like what Call of Duty has to deal with. Just like anything else. It is what it is. Oh yeah, it's going to definitely be crossplay. Street Fighter 6 is definitely going to be crossplay. Which is going to make it fantastic. But I think, honestly, if you want the best experience, it'll always have to be on PC. You know what I'm saying? It'll always be on PC. Console will only get you so far, because console, just by definition, has its limitations. Even though it's getting better, it's getting faster, it's getting stronger, and so on and so forth, PC will almost always beat it out. It is what it is. But that's going to be one of DSP's go-to excuses. You know what I'm saying? And that's why the discussion that was going on a few minutes ago, DSP Platinum, that's funny. That's why one of the discussions we were just having is, how long do you think DSP will play this, or even play it seriously? Some people say 6 months. I kind of agree with that, at least with the type of enthusiasm that he's trying to fake right now. Some people say that's being too generous. I think he'll make it at least a year, but we'll see.
Man, you gotta help him. That's cool, man. Now we're doing more about it. I don't know how long it is.
I just can't wait to see DSP try to duck people like he did with Goji Tanks, with Evil AJ back in the in like 30th anniversary and stuff like that. You remember how DSP was going out of his way to duck people? I can't wait to see him do that in Street Fighter 6 with all the competition that's going to be out there. It's going to be very, very... You jumping out of... You know what I'm saying? You're jumping out of the frying pan into the fire no matter what. And because DSP learns so slowly, or it's so hard for him to pick up stuff, it's going to be even more of a challenge. But time will tell. Oh, and then, yeah, it is on Street Fighter... It is on a PS4. I don't know how the graphics are going to look, but it doesn't matter. It's on PS4. So I'm kind of glad that they did that.
Fighter. Are you a fighter looking for your next challenge? Or just passing
Here we go.
On your journey?
Everyone's favorite cutscene.
Here, I want you guys to see this. Did you see, like, watch his movements with this shit? Because I don't know if he was scared. I don't know if he couldn't hold himself together. I don't know what. But he looked like he was panicking when he saw this dude come up here. Let's see what if you guys see what I'm talking about.
That's cool, man. Now we're doing more about it. I don't know how long it is.
Welcome to the world of Street Fighter. Are you a fighter looking
Look at
for
him.
your next challenge?
Look at him. He can barely contain himself. He wants to say something so bad.
Either way, we're more than happy to have you.
Dude, how are you gonna tell me that's not Ruby
Next,
Rod
we'd like to talk
from
about one of the
Fifth
other
Element?
main
It's a
modes in
it's a
Street
blatant
Fighter
lift.
6, the Battle Hub.
Let's learn about Battle
In the
Hub.
Battle Hub,
I don't even know if most people would even catch that reference. I'm not even... What's up, Omega? I'm not even sure if anybody would even catch that reference. Which just goes to show how out of touch he is.
world
Oh.
get together and have fun playing games and doing other activities.
Yeah.
Access the cabinets on the floor to play Battle Hub and extreme battle matches and games at the game center.
Look at this. Original Street Fighter 2. Ha! Look at that with the scan lines. What if we could turn them off?
As you saw from the trailer at the beginning of the show, the avatars...
I want to know if you can actually play those, if you can actually go head-to-head with people on those old cabinets. If you could, or in some of those older games. Even if it's only like a one-round thing or whatever. That would be kind of cool. I'd very much look forward to that.
Train and World Tour can also duke it out.
This is pretty cool, although it's going to be broken. You know it's going to be unbalanced. People are going to make insane broken custom characters, but I like the fact you can fight against each other. That's neat.
This is another place where DSP is going to try to hide in, and it's not gonna pan out. Go in there and have a good time. Don't worry about it being silly broken, because that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be stupid. You're supposed to go in there with the most crazy stuff, crazy customizations possible, and you're just there to have a good time. It is what it is. No one's basing any of their self-worth on this mode, but DSP will.
Try my character against other people.
Own personal fighter in avatar battles.
They probably don't mean anything.
We also have a new Fighters Club feature added to Capcom Fighters Network.
Oh yeah.
This will help players get together with friends or like-minded players.
It's like guilds. Join a guild.
Join an already existing club or create one of your own from scratch.
I'm making my own guild. We're gonna make our own guild. We're all gonna join it.
You can also create a customized emblem.
Let's get that guild banned within the first day.
But you can design your very own club uniform.
That's neat.
All members can
Look
wear.
at this.
If you have a good idea for a club, let the world know about it.
Dude, this is the polar opposite of Street Fighter 5. They put so much effort into this.
Don their club colors and enjoy the Battle Hub together.
Look at the effort.
If you're all about that Street Fighter,
You know, in that moment, he must have felt pretty sad that he has no friends. He has nobody to invite to his own little guild. He's not even going to probably let anybody from his own audience get in there. That must have been a rather hurtful moment for that guy. That must have been pretty fucking hurtful. Because you know there's going to be a bunch of guilds out there. There's going to be even people that he may know who might try to invite him, but he won't go because it won't take long for a Detractor to get in there or whoever. And then he's going to get ran out of it. So it's unfortunate. It's really one of those situations that the more that the world opens up, the more DSP is going to climb back into his Gouty fucking clamshell and cut himself off. And I honestly think that's kind of sad. I'm going to laugh at it regardless, but I do think it's kind of sad.
the Battle Hub is the place to be. This is your favorite
Ruby Rod! I can't believe it's the character. Someone contact Chris Tucker immediately about this. Get him in the game. Fighting ground. I don't know what this is. What's fighting ground?
7, 6, 5,
What's going on? Press start. The show's gonna end if you don't press start, Ryu. There we go.
still standing.
What's he waiting for?
Next up, let's talk about some of the cool stuff we have in Fighting Ground.
Okay, I don't know what this is. Nice. Oh my god, that looks so good. You see that animation? Dude, that's smooth.
In the video you see here, we've added a character damage toggle. During battle, fighters' faces, bodies, and clothing will get damaged or dirtied up.
Oh. Oh, I like the
This will give
stage.
fights
Look at
a
that
more
stage.
realistic feel.
It's like a tournament
This can also
stage.
be turned on and off at any
I really
time.
like that stage. Maybe that'll be for tournaments.
Ryu wins.
So you can have battle damage during the fight.
Additionally, sound accessibility options have been improved for Street Fighter 6.
That's good.
There are sound effects that will give you the heads up on the distance between you and your opponent.
Oh.
The height level of attacks.
So their sounds are different depending on your distance. It helps.
You see how long it took him to process that? Like that's kind of wild to me. Like keep in mind, I think he did this as a reaction, right? So like he was doing this in real time. It took him a while to actually process what was going on, and you could kind of see how his mind is working as it's going on. Yeah, like this is definitely like a super blind man type move. But here, let me bring this back and I want you guys to see how long it was taking him to kind of like how long it took him to sink in. Like literally, you could have heard it because it was more of an audio type thing, but it was taking him a while to really process it. On top of that, why wasn't DSP wearing those neck earphones for the side scroller interview? I'm just asking. I just thought I'd throw it out there.
Heads up on the distance between you and your opponent.
Oh.
The height level of attacks.
So their sounds are different depending on your distance. It helps people who need that to play.
Whether an attack hits as a cross-up or not.
Oh, that sound is for cross-ups. Oh.
And also to indicate your remaining gauge. We hope that these options will let you better grasp.
That's crazy how long it took him to get that. That's really wild how long it took him to get that. And with that being said, if Super Blind Man's playing Street Fighter 6, someone tell him I'll put money on him against DSP. I will do that. Because I feel like because of how slow it's taking DSP to process information, I think Super Blind Man has a chance. I'll lose 20 or 30 bucks on that just for the fun of it. Just for the fuck of it, I'll do it. Oh, that'd be funny. Just imagine DSP getting beat up by a blind man. Oh, this shit would be hilarious. Dude, that should make it all over Street Fighter Reddit. I was gonna say on Kappa, but Kappa's locked down and whatnot. I can't remember what account that I have that I was actually in there before the purge, but whatever. That shit would be fucking hilarious. That's all I'm saying.
That's the situation of your fights.
Huh. That's neat. That's good accessibility features right there, man. That is excellent. That is very forward thinking of them. Delta Kubo says, and regarding accessibility, how will the new control scheme work with charge moves with Guile have an instant charge? See, he might, but then...
Yeah, the Cat Roller videos really emphasized how slow DSP's reaction time is. I agree with that 100%. They did a fantastic job of showing exactly how slow he is. Snowpernell did it too. Like, Snowpernell would actually slow it down. Like, would slow the video down so you could see it as well. But Cat Roller did a fantastic job with that. Really did. I really hope they get back in the pocket soon. Because there's stuff that's still coming up that we haven't seen yet that's going to be hilarious. I hope Soma Julius Cruz gets back in the pocket too a little bit, because you're going to see something else come up that Soma, I'm sure, is extremely happy about.
It's fine if that's not for ranked play. You know what I'm saying? That'll probably only be for casual play. Here's your tutorial mode. Probably very in-depth, I bet. Explain everything.
Oh, the question was, by the way, is for accessibility mode, how are charge attacks going to work? And if you listen to DSP, he kind of sidestepped the question. I don't know, because he could just said he don't know, but he completely sidestepped the question. Here, let me show you.
Features right there, man. That is excellent. That is very forward thinking of them. Delta Kubo says, and regarding accessibility, how will the new control scheme work with charge moves with Guile have an instant charge? See, he might, but then it's fine if that's not for ranked play. You know what I'm saying? That'll probably only be for casual play.
It doesn't. He didn't ask you anything about ranked play. He just asked you what would be your opinion on how that would work. So you see how DSP immediately got defensive about something that could be used in ranked play in some type of way, shape, or form, and how he would have a disadvantage. I know it's a really small, petty thing on my part, but I'm petty, so it is what it is. But I thought it was really interesting to see how his mind works with that. That wasn't even nearly what that guy was asking you. He just wanted your opinion on how a charge move would work with easy accessibility. And he immediately goes to, oh, well, it's going to be just in, it won't be in ranked, or it won't be in competitive, it'll just be in casual. That's not even the question the guy asked you. But, you know, it is what it is.
Here's your tutorial mode. Probably.
And yes, that hat does make him look really, really stupid.
Explain everything. Success!
In addition to classic and modern control types, we've added an offline-only control type where an AI assistance system will perform actions and combos depending on the distance from an opponent or the context of the fight just by pressing an attack.
So dynamic mode will
We
pick
call
the best
this
thing to
control
do
type
for you.
dynamic. And it's recommended for beginner players who are just getting into their first fighting game.
Right.
Casual matches against friends and family, or when you're experimenting with a character for the first time.
Yeah, think about this. If you're just someone who's going to play this and just play the World Tour mode, put it in that mode. That way you don't have to learn all the combos. You just do them like you're playing Yakuza. Seriously.
Arcade mode is our single-player mode, where you'll square off against the computer.
Of course.
Actually, that's not what it's for, Phil. They're trying to get you familiar with the moves and how those moves work and how and when are the best times to use them. So then when you're ready to actually learn how to actually do commands and stuff right there, you're kind of familiar with how these moves should work and where to use them. I don't know how that's completely lost on you, but after all your years of fighting game play, but whatever. It is what it is.
Classic mode. What other modes will there be like this?
Yang.
So you have your story. You got your story
Been a hot
mode.
minute since I've seen either of you. But don't worry.
It's been a hot minute.
I'm doing just fine all on my own. The name's Jamie Show.
That's how you pronounce that?
Go
Show?
through each
I never knew
character's
that.
story, and you'll unlock a special illustration after the ending.
Japanese.
I'm telling you, every time he sees Jamie, he gets like PTSD. He has to. The way fucking Jamie river danced all over his fucking ass that last beta, he better have PTSD after that shit. That shit was hilarious. Oh my Christ. It was bad. It, like I said, it gave me flashbacks of when Low Tier God went up against Punisher. It gave me a lot of that type of shit. And I think Low Tier God made it to like 50, 51 and 0. You know what I'm saying? Before he decided to stop. Holy shit.
Cammy versus the truck.
Also features online.
Nice. Look at the
games,
truck.
So get out there and challenge the world.
Parry training. Oh, that's awesome. Just like Third
Now,
Strike.
here's the thing about the parry training thing. Because when I saw that, right, I thought of the Legend of Goji Tank's video made by, by Ludwig World Order. So just imagine all of the fun stuff that, you know, some of your editors are going to have when it comes to making compilations about DSP and Street Fighter 6. Like, shit's going to get fun. Super fucking fun when that shit happens. You know what I'm saying? So it's something to keep in mind. Yeah, Chris G definitely left an imprint on DSP. Definitely. He hurt DSP in such the Chris G situation is like, it's almost to the equivalent of this fucking side scroller podcast thing. Like, that shit just it it hurts. It clearly hurts. Like, you know what I'm saying? It clearly hurts. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Again in the gallery. Try to unlock them all.
You don't get an ending. You just get a frame of art. Oh, that's kind of lame. No true endings. Singing during your
If you're
super
not
move.
sure which character is the right one for you, check out the character guides, which will teach you about each character's unique traits and how to use their attacks.
Learn the basics.
Each special move comes with a basic tutorial on how to use them.
Oh, that's
You can
cool.
experiment
Explains the
with them
usage.
yourself by pressing the try button. Perform well, and the characters will shower you with praises.
Don't forget this
Success. Look at this. We're keeping your opponent in check with folks who want to primarily use long-range kicks. They're telling you how to play the character.
Once you've gotten the basics of a character down, head on over to the combo trials section.
Here's your challenges.
There are
Beginner,
basic,
intermediate, and advanced combo trials. Look at that. Here's the new character, JP.
You can also slow down the game's speed by 50% to practice your time.
Really? You play it in slow-mo.
It's a great way for you to expand your horizons.
Ah, that's a first.
Okay,
Here's the new
I said early on in this that they put in a feature, right? They put in a feature that that I think is going to change the game up in a certain type of way. Does anybody see why? With that 50% situation, that right there eliminates anybody's excuse about lag now or dropped inputs. Well, maybe not dropped inputs so much, but lag. You know what I'm saying? They literally gave you a feature that teaches you. It's exactly. It's like a simulation of lag. It's essentially that's what it is. What's up, Dwight? It's essentially a simulation. So now DSP and most people don't really have a complaint about, you know what I'm saying, hey, my move didn't come out, or it didn't come out fast enough, or this, that, and the third. Now, of course, we're all going to complain about something. Of course. But it mitigates that a bit. You know what I'm saying? You have an option now in training mode just in case. Because most of us understand how our internet works, right? Or we will as time goes on. This right here is going to help you with that. And someone like DSP really shouldn't need something like that. Because he already understands how his internet works. He understands the lag spikes and all the other bullshit that entails. But this right here is slowly but surely going to eliminate excuses. The latency issue or rollback or whatever. That's what they're trying to address. And I want to hear him bitch and complain about it. And when he do, someone tell his ass, nah, go into training mode, bring that shit to 50% modify the reaction time to 50% and deal with it. But we'll see. But I think that was a fantastic feature. And when I brought it up to, like I said, the majority of people that I was speaking to, they didn't think about it that way. They were just thinking, oh, well, it's all about your timing. It is about your timing. But what is one of the major complaints people have online? Lag. This right here is going to help address some of that. I don't know. But I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if I want to call it the Gambino hat, but that might be fair. It kind of reminds me of what's it called? Albert Anastasia a little bit. But yeah, he actually had the family before Carlos did. Now that I think about it. Because when I'm going off on a thing now. But when Albert Anastasia took over the family, as you know, he was essentially one of the people running Murder Inc. And then when he got killed, Carlos Gambino took the family over after him. But I don't know what's the deal with that hat. I don't know what the fuck's the deal with that hat. It's whatever. I don't know. Maybe he didn't like the Nazi hat. Maybe he thinks side scrollers will. Maybe he thinks side scrollers will appreciate it more. Who could say? Ultra Street Fighter 4 might have had that. That's actually a fair point. I can definitely fire up my PS4 and check later on. That's actually a fair point.
Beginner, intermediate, and advanced combo trials. Look at that.
The Dutch brothers sent him that. Okay, question. So is the Dutch brothers the same people who sent him the Jin? And did they send him that Street Fighter cookbook? If they did, I definitely want to buy that cookbook. I'm interested in seeing what's in that. I told him not to wear that. Oh, you're right. I don't think maybe he hasn't worn that his Nazi hat since then. I'm telling you, that side scroller interview has fucked with DSP in such a way. Like he's got real PTSD from that. He has real PTSD from that. That's pretty fucking hilarious. Alright, here, let's continue. Yeah, they bought him the lights, they bought him the camera, they bought him the gin. I think they bought him the book. Were they the ones who bought him the arcade stick for Xbox, or was that somebody else? I don't know how you screw up a carrot cake. Carrot cake's delicious. But let's be honest, Catherine doesn't make those cakes. Like, I'll debate anybody on that. Catherine's not making any of those cakes. There's no way. I'm not going to say that she hasn't tried, or she didn't attempt to, but trust me, she's not doing it.
Here's the new character, JP.
You can also slow down the game's speed by 50% to practice your time.
Really? You play it in slow-mo.
It's a great way for you to expand your horizons.
That's a first.
When you have a chance to finish it,
here's the new character, Lily.
Player 1 brings it home.
Supposedly like T-Hawk's
you'll find
relative.
team battles. Play with or against other players or the computer in this mode.
Team battle?
You can compete
Really?
in teams, single elimination, or double style battles. Make sure to turn on your favorite commentator and get ready for some fun with your team.
I'll be turning off the commentator. I will commentate.
Anyway, team battles I think is going to be fun. Yet again, DSP don't have friends, so womp womp to that. But essentially, they gave you a King of Fighters type scenario where you can have a 3-on-3 type situation, which is going to be fun. And then I think Max had mentioned that they may actually be able to incorporate this into a tournament type setting. So that could be really fantastic. And I'm talking not just East Coast, West Coast. I'm talking about you can literally have regions now. You can have country versus country. It can get really, really crazy, or even the provinces within a country, or towns or cities or whatever. So, like I said, Capcom has really pulled out all of the stops for this game. And I still think there's more to come. Hopefully.
I don't need to hear other people's commentary. Look at Dalcine. Wow, he looks cool. What a redesign. His beard. Blanca, I haven't really
Next up
seen
is
yet.
Extreme Battle. This differs
What is
from
this?
a normal battle because there are special rules or gimmicks on the stage. For
Ah,
example, you
okay.
can have a battle where the winner is the first to knock down their opponent 5 times while rampaging bulls run across.
Haha, look at the rampaging bull. Wow, Honda looks totally different too. Wow, they made them all look different now.
Where you have to complete
He looks like a real
objectives
sumo.
displayed on your side of the screen first, while random drones show up and have different effects when they're destroyed. This will let you have fun with other players in a
Oh wow,
party-like
DJ's
setting,
way
so
smaller than I
give it
thought
a
he would
try.
be.
Extreme Battle can be played offline or in the Battle Hub.
They made him like
and
a
also
smaller
in custom
character
rooms,
model.
which we'll talk about next.
Oh no, you know what it is? I think the stage is shrunken because they wanted to have the drone on that stage. That's what that was. I agree, Jason. This is looking really good to
If you
me,
wanna play
man.
with a
Everything
group
so
of
far
players
is great.
online, then creating a custom room is the way to go.
So here
the
you go.
4 virtual cabinets in the room can be set to 1-on-1, extreme battle, or training mode.
Make your own battle hub.
Custom rooms.
Now, here's my thing about this. I'm wondering, in multiplayer, will they give you the same feature? And if so, is DSP going to end up trying to make his own room or rooms and then kick out anybody who he feels that are trolls or whatever? I'm wondering. I'm really wondering. Also, yes, I agree. Someone said in the chat that they're looking forward to that mode where you can actually see all your inputs and everything. And I had said, I think Soma Julius Cruz, amongst others, is going to have a kick out of that. Because back in the day, Soma had a video where it showed all of DSP's inputs, and that shit's all over the fucking place. And that's one of DSP's main problems. He has poor execution. He is a pattern. He's a pattern player / flowchart type player, and he has no imagination or creativity. And so, in that, he's extremely limited. DSP literally is just a back forward type player, he goes with what works essentially, or what he believes that works. And if you somehow get past it in a way that he didn't think of, or he hasn't seen, or he feels it's just unfair, you're cheating, it's lag, drop inputs. You guys know the scenario. So it's gonna be easy to find his matches. I promise you're gonna find his matches super fucking easy. So there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna do videos where DSP is gonna complain about how he got cheated because of lag, and then his inputs someone's gonna drop a video. It'll probably be 3 to 5 minutes, and it's gonna show all his inputs all over the fucking place. And another thing too, I don't want to go back. Excuse my laziness, but there was early on when they were talking about training mode, you saw an input and then you saw like a timer, or you saw a number that was next to it. I'm not sure if you guys may have picked that up. You can go back later in the stream or in the original video and find it. But if so, I think that right there is going to really give us a better understanding of what DSP's reaction time is too. If that number represents what I think it does. If it represents what I think it does. If not, then don't disregard it.
16 players at a time. We've made great strides to improve the experience compared to previous titles.
That's awesome. 16 players in one lobby.
Here comes a new challenger.
The weird hair in this one. I don't think we've seen DJ yet, have we? We haven't seen much about it. I'm curious how he's going to fight in this one.
This is a great way for friends to get together and teach combos. Or try out new characters.
Yeah, this mode here. It's possible that it's there to count frames. If that's the case, that's pretty dope. Phil, this must be pretty sad for you, because now you have the situation where you could play with friends and they could actually teach you how to do shit. Oh, you don't have any friends though. That hurts. That's unfortunate. That's too bad. Here, let's play it again.
Get together and teach combos. Or try out new characters.
Yeah, this number right here on the side here. Right here. If this right here is supposed to be frames, or at least input, or whatever the case may be, that's going to be fantastic to see exactly how long it takes for DSP to respond to shit. That's crazy. And then if this number right here, or if these numbers will be here on the playback of DSP's matches later, he's going to be fucked. Because now he's going to have to try to explain that away. You can't say it's completely dropped frames now, Phil. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
The always popular ranked match lets players worldwide compete against each other.
Wow, Blanca looks
Fight
interesting.
it out with players at your skill level to earn league points. For Street Fighter 6, in order to burden the player with less stress than before, we've added a new one-time rank down protection feature where you won't lose league points in certain leagues.
Huh.
In addition,
I give these motherfuckers rank protection. Let's reword that. I'm gonna say motherfuckers. DSP gets rank protection now. Or one-time rank protection. And he can hold on to that for whenever. That's crazy. I mean, it's not crazy. It's kind of funny, actually. But that means if DSP's ego is kicking in one night and he's about to get bumped out of fucking platinum, he essentially has a way to protect himself. That's fucking lame. That's so lame. Now, for new players, I get it and I understand it, and I'm actually appreciative of it. I really, really am, because it's a nice little feature. It keeps people from being discouraged, right? But if you got like assholes like DSP and probably low tier Kuck, then they're gonna sit there and use that shit to try to protect themselves in their little rank. And then on the times of the day where they think they're safe, at least low tier God will do this. He'll hopefully try to harvest as many inexperienced people as possible to try to build his ranking back up. It's gonna be silly. It's gonna be silly. Holy shit. So, like I said, low tier God or their community, they have a bunch of people over there that are gonna clip all his matches. So it's gonna be fun seeing like side by side comparisons of how his raging goes on and shit like that. I gotta tell you, because as much as the rage compilations of DSP when he was playing Street Fighter V are funny, the low tier God ones are fucking hilarious. And ironically enough, I think low tier God is actually not too bad at Street Fighter V. He just doesn't, for whatever reason, when he has resources, he doesn't know how to. He's a mess. When he has nothing and his back is against the wall, he can fight his way off the rope. But when he has resources, for some reason he just squanders it. Not every time, but he just squanders his resources. I don't understand why that's a thing. It's very strange. But that's neither here nor there. Another thing I want you to pay attention to while this little sequence is going on is DSP's already trying to work out his excuses. He's already trying to make excuses for himself. He's trying real hard to keep himself quiet, but he's slowly but surely trying to make excuses for himself. It's going to be fantastic.
The always popular ranked match lets players worldwide compete against each other.
Wow, Blanca looks
Fight
interesting.
it out with players at your skill level to earn league points. For Street Fighter 6, in order to burden the player with less stress than before...
Now, I want you to look at this ranking real fast. So, DSP is never going to hit Master, so we don't have to worry about that. He's never going to hit Diamond. If he gets Platinum, it'll be low Platinum. So, look at the pool that DSP is going to be in. He's going to be in Iron, Bronze, Silver, and Gold. This is where DSP is going to get ping-ponged around for the majority of his time playing Street Fighter 6. That shit's going to be fucking interesting. And all of the excuses that he's going to have, and just like I said earlier, let's say, because I think everybody has to start from ground level and add rookie and get assessed, right? If DSP, let's say DSP doesn't hit Platinum, let's say he hits Gold, right? And let's say he just has a hell of a time and he gets beat up and he decides to go to, a single player, the single player mode where you kind of get to travel the world and you get to do all this with your creative character. Whenever he comes back, these guys that are in Bronze and Silver, they're gonna be animals. Most of these guys are gonna probably be Gold by the time he comes back to rank play. He's gonna have a problem, and then the guys who are in Iron are gonna be like in Silver. So he really can't afford to sleep on this game. He has to play it as often as he can. And if he thinks that people like Jax or whoever are gonna fucking carry the day, that the donations he gets is not based on the longevity of him playing Street Fighter 6. It's going to be the amount of time that he puts into it, and more importantly, what he gets out of that time that he puts in. If he gets nothing, or if he's just going to play it for profit, then this might as well be Street Fighter V 2.0. It's going to be fascinating to see how he handles that. It really is. It's going to be fascinating to see how that happens. And also, I'm wondering if he's going to drink on those streams too. He might as well. Wait a second. Okay, question. Is he not playing the demo? He might as well. I mean, granted, you're going to have to play it again when the full game comes out. But let's be honest. That's like a month. That's like, it has to be like 6 weeks, maybe even a little less than 6 weeks from now. So who cares if he has to play the demo? Oh, then it's a missed opportunity. I mean, like I said, I think you can play the demo all the way up until the game's release. But he shouldn't. It's an opportunity. He can play it offline. He doesn't have to play it for streams. He can play it offline between WWE champions. He's waiting until Xbox. Xbox comes out, it's in like a week, right? Like next weekend? Oh, that's right, because he is playing on Xbox. Okay, so he has to wait till next weekend. Is he going to play it? Is he going to play the demo when it comes out? Wait, he still has Street Fighter, but he still has a PS5 though. He can still download it, and I think he has an arcade stick for Street Fighter 5, don't he? I mean, for PS5, yeah. Wasn't his last stream as low as 200 views? I'm pretty confident it was, yeah. Yeah, his viewership is slowly tanking, just like his views on his videos are tanking. So no, you're absolutely right. I wouldn't be surprised. So then he might as well play the demo offline, if you will, on PS5. So he can familiar himself with it. And then he can go ahead and do what he needs to do when it drops on Xbox. Exactly. The added practice is not going to hurt. Oh well. There's no point in talking common sense to DSP. if anything else, this is for like the general public. But that's unfortunate. Street Fighter 6 will bring some attention, I think, to his content. I don't know if it's going to necessarily drum up the amount of people that were around for like Street Fighter 4, but I think it will bring a lot of attention. But this goes back to something that I've said about he should have never given up on DSP Street Fighter. He was an idiot for doing that. Just in case you guys don't know the lore on that dumb shit, DSP had one of his many conversations with Machinima, and they were renegotiating his contract or whatever, and DSP essentially wanted equal pay for all of his channels. He wanted all of his additional channels to have the same type of money that DSP Gaming was getting, and they didn't see a need to do that. I don't know if Jax has returned yet. Hopefully Jax got a car. Hopefully he got himself a girl or whatever he's into, and he's doing something else instead of blowing his Friday nights watching this asshole. But who could say? They basically said no. They didn't see a reason to do so. So DSP was like, well, if you guys aren't going to pay me, if you're not going to pay me to do DSP Street Fighter, if you're not going to pay me what is the equivalent of what I'm making on DSP Gaming, then why wouldn't I just dump all of my videos onto DSP Gaming then? He says that the representative said, oh, well, yeah, I guess I see your point. What DSP didn't see is by you tanking, with you dumping all of your Street Fighter footage on the fucking DSP Gaming, you're making DSP DSP Gaming even more cluttered. That's what it was. But this is how I think the conversation really went. DSP is like, hey, I have this DSP Street Fighter channel. Why can't it make the same amount of money as my main channel, DSP Gaming? I think the guy told him, we'll put more time into it, and then we'll see where it goes. DSP was like, oh, let me sidestep that shit, and I'll just dump everything on DSP Gaming, and then I'll just leave it at that. Now, is that representative, or did that representative tell him, well, do you really need to be putting this much content on the channel like that? But DSP didn't care, because it was the time of milk and honey, or whatever you want to call it. The Gouty gravy train was in full effect, so he didn't care. So that's what he went with. And essentially, it's one of the main reasons why DSP fucked this channel up till now. DSP could have had a dedicated fighting game channel where he could put everything on. And almost the equivalent of what Maximilian has with, what's it called? Yo Video Games. It's kind of like that, except for Max plays a bunch of different stuff over there. DSP could have had that. He legitimately could have had it. Now, and what would that have really cost him? 10,000 fucking videos that didn't need to be on DSP Gaming? I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean. That could have been on a designated channel. He could have put it all there. But instead, it's a defunct channel that don't mean shit. I don't even know if he can even monetize that channel now. And now, what? DSP Gaming's already discombobulated, and it's useless, essentially. So now you want to put Street Fighter 6 over there? When he could have put all of that footage from Street Fighter 4 onto DSP Street Fighter and had himself a little bit of a gold mine. He could have. But, I mean, I don't know. If that was me, that's what I'd done. Hell no, DSP didn't pay back all that stolen money that Derich's mom got lifted from her credit card. Hell no, he didn't do that shit. Hell no. But he's essentially the DSP is essentially the babysitter / father figure for Derich anyway. So whatever. She got way more out of DSP than what DSP got out of her. I haven't watched DSP's I was backstabbed by the side scrollers. I haven't watched all of that. I'm still focused on the actual main thing. So I can't really answer that question. I'm not surprised that he got mad. I'm not surprised that he sat there and said, "Oh, I can find dirt on you" and all this other bullshit. I'm not surprised by any of that at all. He'll do anything that he can to retaliate. To be honest. But I haven't seen enough of that yet to be able to give you an opinion on that. At least at the moment.
rank down protection feature, where you won't lose league points in certain leagues.
Huh.
In addition, we have character-specific and random character ranked matches, and ranked match phases, which will determine your...
If nothing else, DSP should pay for fucking Derich's browser account, or he should pay for his OnlyFans subscription or something. He could do that, I guess. if he's really trying to give back
for a period of time. Casual match also returns in Street Fighter 6, where you can play online without any change to your league points. So, what do you think? The team working on Street Fighter 6 has been challenging themselves to create a game that's going to become a long-loved Street Fighter title that all players can enjoy.
Sounded pretty damn good.
It's only a little bit longer, but we can't wait for everyone to enjoy World Tour, Fighting Ground, and Battle Hub. We hope you look forward to playing Street Fighter 6.
Only bummer, he didn't mention how long World Tour mode is. Because if it's only like a few hours long, then that's kind of lame. If it's like a big mode with like tons of content, that would be amazing, right? But we don't know yet.
Yo, that's what I'm talking about. Those new modes look crazy. All right, now let's go to Shuhei Matsumoto, Street Fighter 6's producer.
For what?
Hey everyone, I'm Shuhei Matsumoto, producer on Street Fighter 6. I'd like to walk everyone through what our plans are for Street Fighter 6 once the game releases on June 2nd.
Let's hear this.
A big part of Street Fighter's charm is the cast of characters from around the world that appear in each game. We believe that Street Fighter is where players can take control of unique characters with their own awesome fighting styles. For the players, and for us as well, the appeal of the characters themselves is the most important element of the series. With Street Fighter 6, we're continuing development to deliver new characters to you
of course
every
you are.
year. Today.
And that's a good point. He may be bringing up World Tour mode just so he could see how much money he could squeeze out of them, but clearly he's missing the point of that mode in general. And like I said, that's something that I think World Tour mode is what they're going to really... That's like their big expansion. Like, right? Like, that's where I think a lot of time is going to go into. Especially if they incorporate the DLC characters into it later. It's so, like, the amount of miles that anybody could pull out of that is going to be ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I think Max even said that, as well as others, actually. Because I think Smug said he's going to do it too. He's going to have his online play, or his rank play, and then he's going to do World Tour mode as well. And why not? But to sit there and try to put a time limit on it is fucking stupid. It's just ridiculous to even do so. And even then, because it's DSP, it's going to get old. It's going to get old fast. You know what I'm saying? So DSP he still don't understand his place in the world. Like, you're not entertaining, you're not going to be able to provide commentary, because, like I said, you have those commentary packs, and they might be free. He's not going to utilize any of those, so he can add some personality to his stream that he obviously can't conjure up. You're not going to learn anything by watching DSP do anything. So, at the very least, why would you want to drag something like that out? Just do a little bit of everything, and hope you can keep the interest of the people who are already there, and maybe you can draw in a few more people. But because DSP has no commentary skill whatsoever when it comes to fighting games, what's the point? And we've all of us here have watched enough FGC footage of DSP, or enough of his own, fighting game footage to know the dude doesn't commentate unless he's bitching, and that's all we really want. That's all I give a shit about when DSP talks when he's playing any fighting game. I want to hear what he's bitching about. I don't want to hear nothing else. He really don't have anything else anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I'd like to introduce the 4 fighters for Year 1.
Oh, here's Year 1 DLC. There we go. World exclusive.
Yeah, actually, okay, I got a video coming out on that, Jesse, about the Zelena Vega situation. And if you really listen to what he was saying, he referred to her as a wrestler once. And then it was essentially cosplayer from there on out. Why is this cosplayer doing this? What's her experience with the FGC? Why couldn't they get up, down, down, or whatever? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he wasn't... I think one is because she was a woman. And I just think he don't see... I think as it pertains to anything new, he's not willing to give anything a chance. So he just wants to shit on everything. But if you put someone up there who did have fighting game experience, what would he say then? Let me give you an example. What about Sherry Cherry? I'm not sure if you guys know who that is, but she's been in the FGC for a really long time. If that was her up there, what would DSP say? Oh, I don't even know who that is. And then if someone educated him on it, he would still be like, well, I don't know who that is. So, I mean, so where does he draw the line? You can't get Max. You can't get Justin Wong. You can't get IFC Yipes because they're all sellouts and liars, and they're gonna shill because this is their meal ticket. But then he apparently don't want any female wrestlers or wrestlers that are too dark. You know what I'm saying? He needs to get these male wrestlers or whatever. But then he wants to question on what their experiences are. So how do you win? Like, you know what I'm saying? How do you appease the Gouty beast when he's jealous and envious of everybody? Oh, and he's married, dude. Like, what's the point?
Rashid, of course, Street Fighter 5. Aki, that's a new character. Ed, that's Street Fighter 5. And of course, Akuma. We knew Akuma would be in it. I don't know who Aki is. Brand new character.
Year 1 will see the introduction of new characters Rashid, Aki, Ed, and Akuma. Rashid joins the fight in summer 2023, Aki in autumn 2023, Ed in the winter after the new year, and Akuma in spring 2024.
And then the game gets broken by Akuma and
These new
gets retired.
Year 1 characters will appear in World Tour as well.
Oh!
You can enjoy delving into their lore.
They're going to add them to World Tour. Huh.
In Battle Hub, we're planning various events and a store to obtain special collaboration items.
Okay.
We can't wait to show you what we have planned. For the 2023 season of the Capcom Pro Tour, Street Fighter 6 will be the main game.
How did Khet get so fat? Stress eating. If I had to guess. You're in a let me put it to you this way. You're in a relationship that you get no physical or mental stimulation whatsoever. The equivalent of your life is getting up, going to work, coming home, and then playing, I don't know, fucking whatever she plays, Overwatch, fucking Elder Scrolls, and DoorDash. Like, they don't really go out and do anything. They don't go nowhere. Because DSP always has an excuse for why he can't go anywhere. He has nothing. You know? He has nothing. At all. I mean, she has nothing. Well, they both have nothing. So, Skyrim, thank you. Like, she doesn't have anything. She doesn't have, I would assume she doesn't have too many friends. She doesn't speak to her family. You know what I'm saying? All you have is a declawed cat and then a disgusting pig of a husband in his room yelling all day about fucking trolls and shit. You know what I mean? What else does she really have? It's a really miserable existence. And then the one reprieve that she may have had going to the gym, and that was earlier in the relationship, he took that away from her too. DSP went out of his way to take that from her, I think. And I think his thank you. I think his alternative was the exercise bike, but he got greedy. I think he purposely botched the exercise bike just so he could keep the money. Because remember, that money was supposed to go to her. It was either a Christmas gift or a birthday gift or some shit. But the point is the money was supposed to go to her. DSP botched the exercise bike. They eventually returned it, and then he basically took the money and quote unquote spent it on bills. So he even took that away from her. Now, I would tell you the same thing. I'm sure most of you are already thinking, well, maybe she could just walk around the neighborhood. It's a safe neighborhood, right? You know, it's a gated community. You know, she could just do that. I don't know if she even really wanted to do that. You know what I'm saying? I think either she wanted to be in a place where she had a bit of familiarity, which would have been the gym, or she wanted to be able to work out in the comfort of her own home. DSP fucked up both. So her only option is to essentially eat. I'd like to give you guys a punchline to that, but I don't actually have one. It's kind of sad.
Well, no. Oh, shit, they don't have anything else.
The release of the new game.
Oh yeah, exactly. The squirrels might get her. That's the same reason why Jasper can't leave, because he doesn't have any front claws, so he can't defend himself against any squirrels or chipmunks or Almighty Frog Gang or Lizard Gang or whatever else that's out there. So, and it's funny too, because I think DSP said there's bunny rabbits out there, so he don't want the spirit of his pet bunny to come out there and beat the shit out of Jasper. So you can't even have that. Everybody in that house has to be as paranoid as he is. Everybody in that house has to be shut-ins, just like him. I promise you. It's the only way he can control it. If you think about it, right? Catherine's movements are completely restricted, right? It's basically from home to work and from work to home. She don't even grocery shop. You know what I'm saying? DSP does that. If you think about it. Once a week, DSP does the grocery shopping, not her. And she could do it because she leaves the house multiple days. Has anybody ever asked themselves this? Why does DSP need to go shopping on his day off when most days she works an early shift? Why can't she go shopping? Or why can't she do the shopping? Oh, and exactly, he don't let her stream. Hell, he don't even let her make YouTube videos. He has completely restricted all of her movements. And this is what I said on the last stream. This is what happens when you give up your freedom, when you give up your freedom for safety or convenience or whatever you want to call it. So, you know what I'm saying? She has no options. You know what I mean? She has no reprieve. You know what I'm saying? And then the way he talks about her work schedule, the way he talks about her work schedule don't even sound right. It sounds weird. One minute he says, oh, she does retail and retail doesn't give her enough hours. And then it's like, oh, she's working, 3 days straight and then a day off and then another 3 days or 4 days or whatever. It sounds weird. It sounds really fucking weird. So my question is she really working? So, you know what I'm saying? Who could say? And then more importantly, where is all of her money going? I hope she's saving it. I hope to God she's saving it. But we'll never know.
Capcom Cup 2023 champion will receive a special $1 million prize package.
Yeah, we heard about this already.
And the total prize pool for Capcom Pro Tour 2023 will be over $2 million.
So one person should care about that.
Both modern and classic control types will be allowed in the tournament. So we hope you're all excited for a new season of Capcom Pro Tour. Street Fighter 6 is available for pre-order now. And in addition to the regular version, we're also offering other editions.
Of course, the season pass
and content.
Wonder what's in the Ultimate Edition.
You'll also receive special pre-order bonuses, so please check them
I'll
out.
definitely pre-order it. I want some extra costumes for free.
Okay, hope you're ready to begin. All right, you ready?
This will be a good fight.
Yeah, it's crazy how they got my man Luke out here looking like fucking Popeye and shit. That's just kind of wild, dude. Kind of funny. What they didn't say is, at least at my local GameStop anyway, they have like this $250 Street Fighter 6 thing where you get like two like statues or figurines or whatever, and you get like an art book. You get some other stuff too. It's not worth $250. That's the point. If you got like an arcade stick, then that'd be different. But what they're currently offering is not worth $250 in my opinion. I agree, Goji. Why not? And why wouldn't she? That's what she did with fucking Subaru, man. So DSP was able to pull Khet because Khet was willing to leave who she was with. Who's to say she wouldn't do it again? But to sit there and completely cut her off like that is dumb. Is stupid. At least hear me out on this. If you're not gonna let her stream, let her do YouTube videos. And at least let her go to the gym. That's all I'm saying. She'll be more palatable that way. If she's all stressed up, if she's all cooped up, right? you don't know what the fuck that chick's gonna do. You know what I'm saying? At least if she is physically doing something that's bettering herself, she's more than likely gonna do what needs to be done to better her environment. So let me remix that. If she feels good about herself, she's going to do everything in her power to make sure her environment is the equivalent of how she feels. You know what I'm saying? So, for example, whatever reason that they can't walk around on their floor without slippers or whatever, she's more than likely to clean. She's more than likely to keep a much tidier house. She's more than likely to do whatever it can to drag the fucking garbage out or whatever bullshit that DSP want to complain about. She will cover the bases that DSP won't or is not willing to do if she feels motivated to do so. If she feels cooped up like DSP is, then look at where they're at. Look at Kelly and Wings, for example. Right? And Kelly was real close of having the shoe baron go in there and break her in proper. But the point being is that she's doing these 5K walks. She has church. She has other things outside of Wings. And because of that, you can see how she doesn't let the bullshit that Wings does bring her down. You know what I'm saying? She's not letting herself get all heavy. She was already heavy set, but she's not letting herself get any heavier. You know what I'm saying? She's trying to work out. She's trying to better herself or whatever the case may be. And she has things outside of the home. So she doesn't let Jordy stress her the fuck out. Because Jordy essentially did what DSP is doing to Khet now. At least he attempted to. And it didn't work. But clearly, Jordy don't give a fuck about Kelly. Especially not emotionally. And damn sure not sexually. You know what I'm saying? But Kelly found things to... I don't know if you can fill that void of having emotional or, you know, a physical connection with someone. But she's at least doing something. Catherine doesn't even have that. Exactly. She has her own goals. Catherine doesn't even have that. That girl was streaming, or that woman was streaming for some reason. She was making YouTube videos for some reason. Why not let her? You got all these trolls out here, right, that will sub to the channel or whatever the case may be, which will put her into monetization. There are people that will make compilations of her content, which will get her 4,000 hours. So now she has a channel. She has 2 channels, meaning her YouTube and Twitch, that she can be in monetization of or have monetization on. What's the problem? Are you scared that she might outshine you? Are you scared? Let's not even talk about the whole cheating or whatever. Are you scared that she could probably bring more people on the stream than you could? Are you scared that she could make more money than you? Are you scared that that money and that audience should belong to you, but it's going to her? I'm just asking. So he's just hurting himself. He's legitimately hurting himself. Same thing with Wings. Wings was thinking about having Kelly stream or make YouTube videos, and eventually he let it go because she got into those Discords and dudes had her talking, and she's kind of loose-lipped because she hasn't spoken to anybody in a while, and it all went the way it went. So, yeah, supposedly she has her, well, not supposedly, but I would assume she does have her own bills from whatever life that she had before DSP. I'm confident in that. You know what I'm saying? For sure. But let's be honest, not all of her money is going directly to that. But I don't even know if that's even the context you're using it in. If that chick does have previous bills or previous financial obligations, why not have her stream? Why not have her do YouTube videos? If that's what you're going with, you're absolutely correct. But DSP don't see it that way. He does not see it that way. His mind don't work like that.
You wanted something more practical, right? Well, practicality comes in many forms. But if you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Demo. This is new. Available right now. Street Fighter 6 demo. All platforms available April 26th. But right now it's on PlayStation.
Finally, we've created a special demo version of the game, so players can enjoy the first bit of World Tour and some modes in Fighting Ground. The demo will allow you to create an avatar that can also be used in the main version of the game.
So you can make your avatar now. Huh.
So, we hope you put in a lot of time with the avatar creation feature and have fun.
Gotta make me. I gotta be in it.
The PlayStation 4 and 5 versions of the demo will be available after this showcase finishes. Hope you enjoy them.
But the other one, the 26th. So that would be 6 days from now.
Fighter 6 to be the game that
Next Wednesday?
revolutionizes the fighting game genre. To this aim, our development team has taken the lead and challenged themselves to realize something amazing. We're now at the point where their hard work has materialized into something we believe everyone will enjoy. And it's coming to you on June 2nd.
That's right, you heard it. The Street Fighter 6 demo is dropping right now. So create your avatar, explore World Tour mode, and start fighting. Thanks for tuning in.
Oh, that's it?
Street Fighter 6 out June 2nd. Maybe you get to throw hands with your boy Weezy. Peace.
That was really it. That was fast. I thought it was going to be an hour. Well, everything we just heard is good, but we didn't get many answers to some of the big questions. A little summary here of everything. Yeah, we didn't get answers. For example, we don't know how long World Tour mode is. I would like to know an estimate of how long they think it is. We didn't get to find out in that Battle Hub mode if you can actually play those games multiplayer if they're only single player. I assume they're only single player. Like classic Street Fighter is probably only single player. And we also don't know about if there's going to be another beta before the game comes out. There's a demo of World Tour mode. That's great. But what about multiplayer and new character reveals and stuff? You know, being able to play with the new characters before the game comes out? I guess not. All right. Well, I guess that's it. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Okay. That's it. So, what I will do here, hold on a second here. Let's talk a little bit. Let me give you my summary and thoughts about this, okay? But now you have to be patient because now I have to switch over because I wasn't ready for this. I thought it was going to go a whole hour and it didn't. Okay?
He does know that he can, like, set a scene where he, like, his camera's basically, you know, like, it's at full screen, right, already. All he has to do is click over. Like, I don't understand this whole manual thing for everything, and this is coming from someone who does a lot of shit manually. Even though I got hotkeys to essentially make it easier. Like, you would think it would be, I don't know, whatever.
So, let's talk about each thing that we just saw, okay? And kind of analyze a little bit. So, I've been saying that Street Fighter 6, if executed properly, could be a resurgence and a reinvigoration of Street Fighter. Street Fighter 5 did it all wrong at launch. It really did. Street Fighter 5 did everything possible to be wrong.
That's a fantastic thumbnail, by the way. That hat looks stupid. Like, real stupid. If this was supposed to be homage to, like, his quarter Italian heritage, he's not doing anybody any justice whatsoever. Holy shit. Yo, I kind of noticed this, but to see that ghost in the background looking down at him, like, what the fuck? Like, if you look at it, it's looking right down at the hat. Like, why? Why, Jesus? Why? Shit is hilarious. Aqua Teal would be proud.
When they released, it was online only. It had no actual single-player content whatsoever. The online didn't even work at launch, so it completely isolated the player base. If you weren't looking to play the game competitively, you had nothing to do. And that's a big problem, okay? And then over time, what did they do? They added in a story mode that wasn't very good, quite frankly. It was very short. And they basically never really made it viable for anyone who wanted to play that game, but wasn't looking to be a competitive player. In this case with Street Fighter 6, it looks like they're going the opposite direction, which is good, because now you might have people who, okay, I don't care about the competitive online play, I don't care about Capcom Pro Tour, but if I buy the game, now I can play through, make my own character, go through this cool story mode where I'm fighting all these characters, leveling up my character, and then I could take that character online.
Who's the, I can't think of the person's name right now. Like, who's the person who does like the DSP artwork as a pig, right? Who's the person who does that? Like, you see Detractors running around, they use like a lot of his pictures for thumbnails and shit. I can't think of what the guy's name is, or what the person's name is at the moment. My apologies. But whoever, I wouldn't be surprised if they're working on piggy DSP and a fucking fedora hat. If they could do that and have one of these ghosts looking at him and shit, that would be hilarious. Hilarious. Oh shit, that is fucking. Is it Pixart? Oh, Darksydekaren. Either or. This, that shit would be funny. That would be kind of hilarious. It really, actually, yo, Sunspot, you still mess around with the pen and pencil every once in a while, right? I know, okay, so like, there's a couple people who do it, but that would be hilarious if that's the case. Holy shit! Well, big ups to all three of them, man. Like, but that shit would be. I can't wait to see who it is that does the fedora hat, pig DSP or whatever the case may be. That shit's gonna be funny, I think. Yeah, all three of them are hella talented. All three of them are hella talented. Holy shit! Well, this fedora is fucking. I don't know what to make of that. that's something.
Play against other people's created characters. That's neat. No, does that not? That makes a lot of sense, and I'm happy that they're doing that.
I'm sorry. Wait, what? Derich is doing what? Ew. That's Jesus Christ. The fuck is wrong with you, Derich? Jesus Christ, man. And he already had like some weird ass playlist on YouTube with like a bunch of kids in it. All right, let's keep it pushing. Because if he fuck up my night, I'm gonna have to fuck up his day, and I'm not trying to do that. So let's. Jesus Christ. How does Derich find those kids, man? I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. Holy shit. I'm telling you, Derich's going to be a fucking problem. I'm telling you, he's going to be a fucking problem. He really is. Just like King Cobra in a way, like, I'll try to be brief about this. If Cobra was able to get a chick to get back to his fucking pig slough of a fucking apartment or whatever, and if they were fucking on enough whatever, drugs, alcohol, whatever the case may be, I could see Cobra taking advantage of that chick in a very bad sort of way, right? Because everybody we kind of joke about Cobra being like, oh, he's autistic, but he's harmless, he wouldn't hurt anybody. If he had someone who was vulnerable and couldn't fight back, and let's say he couldn't get it up, right? And that frustration kicks in like it normally do, like that autistic monkey type shit that he's known for doing when he gets really, really mad. I would hate to see what he would do to a woman who couldn't defend themselves. With that being said, Derich is I'm telling you, once he has his first sexual experience and it's not the way, it doesn't fit the fantasy, because that's all porn is. It's a fantasy. When he realizes the real thing doesn't necessarily match up to that, he's going to get upset. And who knows what he's going to do after that? Who fucking knows? Now, I know everybody wants to give Derich the benefit of the doubt. He's just some stupid kid. You know, yada, yada, yada. He's not capable of that. You don't know what anybody's capable of doing. You don't have a fucking clue. Nobody does. And I could be completely wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But if not, Derich has all the fucking... He essentially has all of the misgivings and predisposed fucking whatever to be a fucking monster if the opportunity makes itself apparent. Because there's a lot of people who react very... Well, there's a certain demographic of people who react poorly, especially when it comes to sexual experiences. And you already see how obsessed he is with the porn stars on Twitter. You've already, some of you may have seen how these porn stars had to put cease and desist against him because Derich was a little too clingy or too whatever, right? You have no clue what Derich is could do if he had someone in a vulnerable situation. You don't have a clue. I don't really have a clue. But Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I understand that for the last couple years, everybody kind of handled him with kids' gloves and whatever. What's up, Super Crazy? You walked into some shit. It wasn't meant to be like this. But someone dropped... someone dropped a notice, and it needs to be kind of taken seriously if that's really the case. You don't know what Derich's capable of. That's all I'm saying. You don't know what he's capable of. I don't want to know what he's capable of. You know what I'm saying? But just because, he's autistic or just because he's a little weird or whatever, people said the same shit about fucking Jeffrey Dahmer. People said the same shit about Gacy. Some people said the same shit about a lot of people. So, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that we all have to look at him as the potential fucking serial killer, but if you're fucking looking at kids and shit, that right there is a major fucking red flag. He's not a kid anymore. What's Derich? He's like 18 now? 19? He's not a kid anymore. So I don't want to hear the shit that you hear in the commentator community about, I don't even want to get into that, because that shit just sounds weird too.
This is what they should have been doing, and they isolated that group of players. If you take a look at NetherRealm and what they've done with Mortal Kombat and the Injustice franchise, it's the opposite. They always made sure there was a story mode and there was other styles.
Yeah, I'm telling you, those YouTube playlists that fucking Derich has are fucking weird. They're just weird. They're weird. They're really, really, really... Oh shit, is he really 21? Oh shit, I didn't even know dude was that old. That's how little I give a fuck about Derich. Holy shit, he's 21 already? Well, anyway, it's weird. It's really fucking weird.
And it, for example, the Crypt in Mortal Kombat. So even if you don't care about the online play, you have something to do in the game. It makes the value there for someone who wants to buy the game who's not a competitive player. I think that's what they're going for in Street Fighter 6 now, and I'm very happy to see that, quite frankly. I want Street Fighter to be more than just, I'm a hardcore online tryhard who has to fucking win every match and go to tournaments. That's not the nature of Street Fighter. It never was. Back in the day, you could go to arcade.
That's true. Derich is old enough to know better, but shit, so was DSP. Not as it pertains to that, but you know what I mean? Like, DSP did a lot of shit that he was old enough to know better. And we let him slide for whatever, I wouldn't say we, but people let him slide. And Derich saw all that. So, you know what I'm saying? He's going to follow in the same hoofy footsteps like anything else. And that's like one of the arguments that I've tried to make. Like, DSP is damaging. I know nobody really thinks about it that way, but like if you look at DSP's behavior and you look at how other people perceive set behavior, that shit's kind of damaging, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? That shit's kind of stupid. And all he's doing is kind of passing some of his bad behavior on to other people. I mean, it's good that Derich's trying to get his license. He should already have that. But boy, if he ends up getting like a white van, or if he ends up getting some, you know what I mean? You already know. You already know. If he ends up getting some type of fucking weird type of vehicle and shit, I mean, I don't know. Currently, DSP right now is talking about Street Fighter 6. Sorry, I it's my fault that the stream kind of got derailed. My bad. We'll get back on subject. But if you go back through the chat, you'll see some of the stuff we were speaking on.
And still have a ton of fun, and then all of a sudden Street Fighter became you have to be competitive to enjoy it, and I don't like that. So I'm actually very happy that they're doing something different here with the game. And here's my thoughts, okay? World Tour mode, that is a whole new mode of content for my streams and for my videos, where of course I'm going to play the game like any other Street Fighter game. I'm going to try the characters, go into training mode, go online, do online play, try out all these characters and try to see if I like them. Who's my character in this game? I don't know, because they've changed these character styles around or whatever. There's that whole competitive side, but there's a whole serious other world now of play with this World Tour mode that could be a whole other playthrough. I mean, again, the one thing that I don't like is they didn't say how much content is in it. I really wish that they did, okay?
Why? If you have a pre-notion of how much content's in there, then all you're going to do is blow it up or bloat it even further. So it doesn't even really matter. And why does he expect any company to tell you everything? If you're not ready to commit, why don't DSP do what he says everybody else should do? Don't buy the game, don't pre-order the game, or don't buy the game. Wait until you have a quote-unquote trusted source who has played the game, put out content or streams on it, and then you can decide to buy it or not. Instead, he goes into conflicting diatribes about how, oh, well, they didn't tell us everything. They didn't put everything out on the table. Why should they? They're still running a business, right? You don't fucking put everything out there.
But basically, why don't we know? If they said it was 20, 30 hours, I'd be like, whoa, blown away. If it's only like 5 hours, that's not much of a mode. You know what I'm saying? I hope it's not. I hope that it is lengthy and has good content in it. But that could be a whole separate playthrough that I do. I play, World Tour Street Fighter 6 and standard trying characters, going online, doing online play in Street Fighter 6. The Battle Hub looks neat. And I do like the fact that they added a lot more options. You can make a private room. You can set up different match types in the private room. That's nice. I like the fact that there's stuff to do when you wait for people with those games. I wish that they had said if they have online play or not. It doesn't sound like they do. It sounds like you just sit there, you mess around, you play. It's like a ROM, right? You're just playing the ROM like an emulator in the game. But this also, since they have private rooms and all these things. By the way, leagues, set up your own group, your own clan or league or whatever they called it. We could have the DSP Gaming League where everyone joins and we play each other. We could have community nights, Friday nights with everyone.
I will hunt them like wild boar, Phil. I will hunt you and I will hunt everybody there as if I was fucking going after Moby Dick. I would literally hunt you to the ends of the fucking earth. Don't do that. You guys will be nothing more than food. I will hang you up like big game hunters and shit. You and every one of your little pay piglets. I will go after all of you. So please don't make a league. Please don't put a bullseye on all those guys who are just trying to play the game because they're associated with your dumbass. They will be hunted. It will be the hunt for bacon October. Well, it's really comes out in June. Whatever. You don't want that. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'll end up being put in a hate army video and shit and be prosecuted for online war crimes. Don't make me do it, Phil. Don't make me do it.
To play in DSP Gaming Clan in Street Fighter 6, we have Street Fighter 6 nights where we play each other, right? And since the avatar characters can play against each other too, we can even have like mini tournaments of avatar characters to see who made the best avatar character. And every week you can tweak your character and try to change the moveset and come back and try to win the next week, right?
Wait, how are you going to do? Are you going to make people pay to do that? I'm sorry. Let me hear this idea again. Let me hear this idea again. Let me hear this. You're right. They're not ready. They're not. But let me hear this thing. Because here's the thing. If he's trying to really do a community type situation, how is he going to monetize that? And that's me being an asshole. Because, oh, well, maybe we should give DSP the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's really trying to do something for the community. Fuck that. I want to know how he's going to try to monetize this. Because that's all I'm hearing. I'm hearing potential monetization from him. How is he going to do it? So let's hear it from the beginning.
Have private rooms and all these things. By the way, leagues, set up your own group, your own clan or league or whatever they called it. We could have the DSP Gaming League where everyone joins and we play each other. We could have community nights, Friday nights where everyone gets together to play in DSP Gaming Clan in Street Fighter 6. We have Street Fighter 6 nights where we play each other, right? And since the avatar characters can play against each other too, we can even have like mini tournaments of avatar characters to see who made the best avatar character. And every week you can tweak your character and try to change the moveset and come back and try to win the next week, right?
Nah. Okay. Hear me out, chat. Hear me out. Okay. A DSP league, right? Okay, let's say 15, 16 people. Let's say 15 people, 16 people, including himself. I'm thinking memberships race, but what I'm actually thinking is something more direct. Like a direct buy-in. Like, hear me out. Okay, For you to secure a spot in this league, you got to pay $10. If you don't progress to the following week, right? Because whoever has the best record of that week or whatever, you get dropped, and boom, now someone else can pay in to have a slot. Exactly. I need your buy-in. But he can, if you, it's a scumbagish, but if you think about it, he could have people pay him directly to make that happen. He could literally have people pay him $10 a week to make this shit happen. Matter of fact, if he does it 3 times, let's say he does it 3 times a week. So let's say we have a rank play, and then we have 2, community nights or whatever you want to call it. If he has a $10 buy-in from 15 people, what is that? $150? So then, and let's say he runs 2 communities a week. So you're talking about $300 just off that. And then, like I said, whoever doesn't make it to the next week, let's say out of 15 people, let's say he has to drop 10 people. And 10 more people can buy in. So there's a rotation. So you're talking about constantly bringing in $100, $200 a week just to keep a rotation going and having 5 people move forward. Fair point. But not everybody can be good at it, though. Like, you know what I'm saying? He has to do it in like a tournament type setting. So, okay, let's say, so instead of saying 10 people, let's say 7 people advance out of each little pool per stream. That's still not bad. That's still almost a guaranteed $70+ to add to the $150 each stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, if $300 is the goal, if you will, between these 2 streams on community streams, he literally can have constant rotation and bring in new blood. Remember, it doesn't matter if DSP wins these community nights or whatever. It's having people contribute money and participate in the event itself, which is just going to bring him more YouTube ad revenue anyway. Because the more people on YouTube who watches all of these people who are, part of his community getting a chance to fight it out, it might give people the equivalent. It might give people the idea or the notion, well, hell, maybe I should go up to DSP stream. I'm playing Street Fighter 6. Maybe I'll throw $10 in to participate in this league. If you, like I said, you know me, I'm reaching. But but if you think about it, that could potentially be a thing. And remember, DSP doesn't even have to play the whole time. He can, quote unquote, provide commentary. He can, quote unquote, go ahead and give you his know-how and his experience from all the years that he's played Street Fighter. It literally takes a lot of the work off. He does work. That's funny. It takes a lot of the quote-unquote work off DSP, plus he's still getting money off of it. Yeah, he'll fuck it up eventually. Of course he will. But, like, you kind of see where I'm coming from, though. Like, you kind of get the idea that I'm kind of putting out there. He could pull that. It wouldn't last long. Oh, yeah, I think Low Tier God could definitely pull that off. But Low Tier God would fuck it up, too, though. Because you know how Low Tier God is. He get mad when he loses. Especially if he loses to a pay pig. He gonna get upset about that. Because I've seen him shit on people who have given him money over years. And I'm not talking about small money. I'm talking about, these are guys who around tax season especially, they drop $500, $600, $700 to him and did it for a while. And he still put their asses in timeout from the Covenant. And then they still came crawling back. Never understood none of that shit. I'm not a good person. I'll be the first one to tell you that. Right? But if I shitted on any of you, you have no reason to come back. If I shitted on any of you and you guys made videos, I'm not going to sit there and strike down your video because I had it coming. You know what I'm saying? But the way Low Tier God take that shit sometimes is fucking just extra. That's just extra as fuck. You know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of weird stuff that goes on over there, to be honest. I could tell you stories of some of the shit that I've seen or read. That's talking about having dudes on chains and having multiple people violate this one guy and shit while he's laughing from his throne. I could tell you stories of the crazy shit I've read over there. That just what? What? But back to my original point. DSP could figure out a way. Well, he can't figure out a way to do it, but he could monetize that if you really think about it. Because let's be honest with you, or let me be honest with you, that membership nonsense isn't going to work. You can see that from what he did on DSPReact. Even though I had said, and I'm sure a lot of people said that, oh, you know, he's you know, you have to go ahead get a membership so you could, you know, contribute each and every week. He was still going to try to figure out a way to get ad revenue, even though he told you, I don't care about ad revenue. I don't care. I don't give a shit about ad revenue. If you guys buy in, you guys can pick videos each and every week, and then we're good from there. And then what happened almost immediately? We started bitching about ad revenue. So memberships don't mean nothing. He wanted you to give you. He wanted you guys to inflate. Well, not you guys, but he wanted people to inflate memberships. He wanted people to buy in, meaning that go ahead and send super chats, super thanks, donate to the actual streams or the live reactions or whatever the case may be. And he was still trying to get his ad revenue on top of that. That's really why DSP Reactions is failing. He should go into it with the understanding that ad revenue is not a thing. Rip, you're going to have to live with that. You know what I'm saying? You got memberships if they want to contribute to the streams, or if they want to contribute to the actual video later through like super thanks or whatever, fine, and go from there. And continue to try to build up the memberships. But see, he don't want to react to a whole video either. Now, I can understand him not wanting to do a 10-minute video. I get that. If he doesn't have the attention span for it, whatever. But some of these like 2 or 3 minute videos that are actually kind of funny, he didn't even want to do that. He didn't even want to do that. They already paid you, humor it. Shit, double dipping was more like triple dipping at this point. It was stupid. Oh yeah, I can drop some snort bucks now. Give me just a second. So it was unfortunate on how that situation goes. But I'm telling you, if he's gonna do this community night shit, he's gonna find a way to get people to try to buy in. So I don't know how, but that's the initial thought that came up for me.
How does that sound? And by the way, if you don't remember, the game's cross-platform. So it doesn't matter if you have Xbox, PlayStation, or PC, you should still be able to partake in the action. That's pretty damn neat. So not only do we have a game with a great launch cast, a good variety of characters, online play that looks like it's going to be pretty darn good, you've got a very exciting single-player World Tour mode that looks like Yakuza but with Street Fighter, right? It literally looks like Yakuza or like a Dragon, but it's Street Fighter. It's kind of like a no-brainer. That's a mode that people would enjoy if they're going to buy the game. And then you've got Battle Hub with new features too. So that was a great presentation. And by the way, Lil Wayne said like 7 words the whole thing. So really exciting that they got him. I said bought. They paid for his time for him to be on the show.
Is that going back to that whole slave trade thing, Phil? I mean, I'm sorry, you're the one who said bought. I didn't. So I'm just curious. Is that what your thought was on that? Maybe I should send that clip to Adam and see what he thinks. See what he thinks.
I mean, I'm so happy they got him. But anyway, this looks good. And, I mean, to be completely honest, this might be something that someone like my wife might like. Because she likes Yakuza. Well, now you can play Street Fighter Yakuza, essentially. Right? She might like the game.
Bam! That confirms a second copy of Street Fighter 6. If you... I need you to vibe with me on this for a minute, right? We're all having a couple snort bucks and whatnot. Big ups to Chio. So we're all having a good time and shit. So I need you to vibe with me on this for a minute. You got this community night nonsense. It's cross-platform. So now if guys can't, oh well, I don't have an Xbox, Phil. I have a PS5. I have a PS4. No problem. Or you're on PC. So now he's got them there because now there's multiple places that people can, you know, can plug in to play and whatnot. DSP is getting it for Xbox, I think. But now he's sitting here saying, oh, well, Khet might like it. Khet has a PS5, as last time I checked. So now we get the PS4. I mean, now we have Xbox covered, because I think that's what DSP's playing on. Now Catherine can go ahead and have her Yakuza Street Fighter experience on a PS5, and then DSP will game share or whatever the bullshit is on that. I'm telling you, him in that ugly ass fedora is literally trying to figure out a way to get this shit going. He's trying to figure out a way to make this shit work. Mark my words.
That'd be pretty awesome. The only thing, they didn't really say what that ultimate pack has. Like, obviously, there's the 3 levels. Standard, which, by the way,
because Catherine's a good lore. Like, Catherine, for all intents and purposes, because you don't see her, she's constantly that carrot, that a rather large carrot at this point. It's that large carrot that he can throw out, excuse me, to the audience. But not only that, it also shows, oh, hey, we can participate in something together. So all these idiots out here that are saying, oh, we're not a real couple, we don't do anything. Well, we now can share this love for Street Fighter. That's why he brings Catherine up. And that's why that's why he's bringing Catherine up here. To be honest. Which just shows you how self-conscious he is. To be honest. If you're in a good relationship, you don't need to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? It's something that you naturally bring to the table, right? You are, I don't know, like take some of your streamers out here and shit. Like Meerkat, right? Meerkat seems like a pretty jolly person. You know what I'm saying? Right? He seems like a pretty happy person. Any of whoever your favorite detractors, they seem like rather happy people. I'm sure they have bullshit that goes on in their lives just like everybody else. But they come across as happy people. They don't need to interject their personal lives to convey that. He do. He needs you to know that he's successful. He needs you to know that he's in a loving relationship. He needs you to know that his cat Jasper, or his cat son Jasper, loves him. He needs you to know that his fan base cares about him and his content, and it needs to be meaningful and whatever other nonsense that encloses or entails. He needs to do that shit.
Say this, which I'm shocked they didn't say it. It's been announced Street Fighter 6 is only $59.99 USD. It's not $70 like all these other games now are charging extra money. It's only $60. They did not charge $10 extra like everybody else. You could get it for $60, which I'm very happy about. They're not ripping people off for the extra $10 for this game.
Piece of Piece is hilarious. Like like someone needs to make a rage compilation of Piece of Piece and shit. I'm always worried. I wouldn't say worried because I don't know. Well, I'm kind of worried. I'm worried that he's gonna blow like a gasket and shit on stream one day. But it is rather funny. It's definitely fucking entertaining. I gotta tell you, he's hilarious, especially when he gets rolling. When Piece of Piece gets rolling, he starts comboing shit together. That's fucking hilarious. That shit is funny, so funny.
They announced the season pass characters. That's neat. I mean, Rashid and Ed are from Street Fighter V. I really don't care about Street Fighter V characters. Aki is a new character. That's neat. And then the returning Akuma always is a fan favorite.
DSP's entire existence is the internet. His entire existence is the internet. And truth be told, excuse me, I think DSP is starting to go through withdrawal because there are so few detractors right now. It's almost like his bullshit about if they just left me alone, everything would be good. No, it didn't. Just in the time that Raw, DSP, and Dark Dave Mirrors have been gone, his viewership is shit. His viewership is shit. Because there's nothing to rally around. Dark Dave Mirrors and Raw DSP was a refuge for people to speak. It was an area where people could talk about the content and didn't have to worry about anything. Jesus Christ, at any given time, you could find a DSP pay pig or fucking cult member over there, or at least lurking in some way on a sock account over there. It was a place where people could go, and if they didn't want to deal with DSP directly, it was a fantastic filter. Now that shit's gone because he's trying to protect DSPReact or whatever the fuck, and nothing's happened. It's only made it worse. So let me reword this. DSP was always under the impression that it's either if you watch me or if I knock the detractors out, everybody's going to watch me or they're going to stop watching. And no one's going to want to stop watching because everybody wants to make fun of me. Well, if there's not a place to make fun of him, then people just stop watching. And that's what happened. So when he took down or he helped participate in the takedown of these detractors, most of those people just stopped watching. Or they went to some of these, I mentioned it, I saw like 4 or 5 new detractors recently. I've been watching a few of them. They're actually pretty good. They went and watched these other detractors. They went and watched the smaller guys. That's what they ended up doing. They diversified and went off and watched other locales. So he killed his market, essentially. Or temporarily, at the very least. He fucked himself. So the whole notion that, if DSP is left to his own devices, he'll, by his own notion, he'll thrive. That's not what happened. That is not what happened. Well, whoever participated in and whoever took down what? I get what you're saying, but you know what I mean? Like, whoever it was, whatever DSP had his hooves in, whatever the case may be, the concept of taking people down didn't help him. You want to know what drives the Detractor community, right? It's one of many things I should say. But you want to know what drives the Detractor community? Personality. You've got a lot of people on this side of the fence that are passionate, are funny, are aggressive, are clever, are creative, are intelligent, even a little A-logish. You have a lot of diversity here. Something that DSP doesn't have and couldn't handle. You can't beat that. So, for example, I talked about on the last stream about how DSP would drive his head into a fucking wall and people call that pride. Alright, bet. On this side of the field, on this side of the fence, you've got talent and hard work. All DSP quote unquote has is quote unquote. I want to make sure I want to put the emphasis on that. Quote unquote, all DSP has is supposedly hard work. And it don't mean shit. Because there's nobody over here that is so lazy that DSP can get a foothold in. He can't win. He never could. So now, as I said in the last stream, he's in a better position than he ever could be. And what happened? What changed? You've got Snorpernell out of pocket, at least temporarily. You've got Super Crazy out of pocket temporarily. You've got Mighty D out of pocket temporarily. You've got Outsider, god damn it, you got Outsider out of pocket temporarily, at least I hope. You got Cat Roller out of pocket temporarily. You got a bunch of people that are out of pocket, hopefully temporarily. How is DSP profiting? How is DSP getting better with all this shit? And tell me, how is he stifling essentially anybody? You currently have detractors either rethinking what they're doing or figuring out other new things to do. He's beaten nothing. When people come up against roadblocks or barriers, they think their way around it. Or they figure out a way to get through it. We've lost a lot of good people on this side, right? But it doesn't necessarily stop anything. You've got all these new guys coming up. You've got all these new guys who are starting to make content and starting to make breakthroughs here. It's a really interesting thing to watch. You could never see that type of growth over there on DSP's side of it. And truth be told, if there isn't true opposition, DSP has no one to blame but himself. And what is DSP going to blame before he ever blames himself? He's going to blame the people around him. He's going to blame his audience. He's going to blame the people who he sees and he supports and support him every day. At the end of the day, DSP covets attention, good, bad, or otherwise. He needs detractors. I've told you this. He needs detractors to keep him moving. Not just on the internet, but off the internet. Even though it causes him all this paranoia, most of it's self-induced, and even though it's slowly ticking time off of his life clock, he needs detractors. It's the only thing that keeps one foot in front of the fucking other. He can't move without it. And now that he don't have it, look at him. Look at him. So all these years that he tried to say all this bullshit, where was the proof? Where was the evidence? He has it the way, theoretically, DSP has things the way he's wanted it. And where is it? Exactly. Now he has to turn against the audience. And he'll hit them for whatever he can. So even if this is a situation where in a month or so everybody comes back, it's been a rough month for Phil. And I don't know if he's going to be so eager to engage in the bullshit moving forward. But we'll see.
Of course, what's the pricing going to be there? Are they going to nickel and dime people for each character, or do you have to...
I believe that 100%, David. He gives the detractors far more attention than he gives his own wife. I promise you, he was up at one time, he was obsessing about Tevin to almost to an extremely uncomfortable like effect. There is a shit. It doesn't exist now. Well, it doesn't exist on YouTube. Mighty D did a compilation of like Tevin rants, and there is something. And this is coming from an asshole who's put in so much. I don't even know how many hours I've put in going over DSP content. But in that 30 or 45 minutes, it was kind of uncomfortable, the amount of attention that DSP put on Tevin. It was on any person, really. On any person. But the amount of attention and the amount of vitriol that he had for Tevin was on some like next level shit. I think I even said when I first reacted to it that not even SOK got that type of venom. Like the Gouty Viper would never have struck in at SOK the way he tried to strike at Tevin. Like that was some next level shit. Like this is someone who spends his nights drinking and obsessing about Tevin. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. And even now, I still think he does, especially after when DSP got kicked off of Twitch, and Tevin got invited back to Twitch and got a managed partner and all that nonsense. You know that burns DSP's bacon. You know it burns it. And I'm not talking about like Eustace from fucking Courage the Cowardly Dog, like hey, bacon, crispy bacon, but not too crispy. But crispy bacon? No, I'm talking about that shit made DSP fucking mad. I'm talking about real mad. And I think he obsessed. I think he, even to this day, he's quiet about it now. But I think he still obsesses about Tevin. He really do. Because Tevin has so many things that DSP don't have. You know what I'm saying? It's if that video ever comes back up, we'll do a stream on it. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. Because that shit was... Oh. Or if there's an archive somewhere and I find it, or actually I probably got it down. I'm sure I got it downloaded onto like something. We can go over it and you'll see what I'm talking about. That's ugh. Ugh. Holy shit. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he can't even say Tevin anymore. I mean, he was there was multiple variations of Tevin's name that was banned on Twitch for the longest time. That shit used to be hilarious. I think I'll tell you this. I think with Tevin, I think he has an underlying respect for Tevin, and he doesn't want it to acknowledge it. I honestly think he respects Tevin. I think he really does, because Tevin has aspects, or he has attributes that are respectable. You can say that for a lot of detractors, honestly. And I think DSP doesn't. I think it burns DSP that's a thing. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to think, in Tevin's heyday, quote unquote, when he was on YouTube restreaming, you got to think you had Dark Dave Mirrors wasn't a thing yet. Or no, sorry, Raw DSP wasn't a thing yet. Dark Dave Mirrors was a thing, and LSB was a thing, and LSB was killing it too. You know what I'm saying? He was pulling in some crazy numbers. So it just goes to show that you can have Tevin, you can have LSB, and you can have Dark Dave Mirrors, all the trifecta essentially, all restreaming him on the same night. Everybody could prosper. And if nothing else, there were multiple people like myself who would just jump from stream to stream. You know what I'm saying? So there's enough real estate for everybody here, right? You know what I'm saying? No one could ever say I can't cut out a piece of the DSP community for myself, because it's not true. There's enough real estate, there's enough pie here, there's enough lasagna, there's enough pizza, there's enough bacon, there's enough pulled pork, there's enough of whatever for everybody. Okay? There's enough for everybody. But I think DSP, reluctantly, I think he respects Tevin, and I think he's scared to admit it. Because if he admits it, he has to admit that he's right. He would have to admit to himself that, you know what, Tevin's not wrong about the stuff that he says about me. And I don't think DSP is man enough to do that. It takes a man, or it takes just a strong person in general, to admit your flaws, or admit that someone who has you figured out knows your flaws. It takes a lot to do that, because no one ever really wants to admit they're wrong, right? It's not hard to do it, right? But no one ever really wants to admit it. I'll tell you all day, yo, I'm wrong about a lot of shit. And that's because most of the time, you know what I'm saying, I am, and whatnot. But at the same time, though, too, I like learning, and I like growing. So it don't hurt my ego if I tell you that shit. I'm sure a lot of people feel that way. But if you're someone like DSP, who you know you fucked up, and you know it's costed you opportunities, and you've driven away friends and viewers and all that bullshit, it stings. And it stings that you have another person on the other side of that fence who's drawing all that attention, all that money, all of those views, and people legitimately like him. See, because I honestly don't think the majority of people who watched DSP back in the day actually liked him. I think he had the supply for a demand at that time. And when more and more people came in and did it better and gave you a better quality product, they fled. Or they didn't flee, but they migrated. You know what I'm saying? They went off to the better product, as you do. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at the restreaming concept, it's the same thing. Tevin gave you a better product. LSB gave you a better product. Dark Dave Mirrors gave you a better product. Raw DSP gave you a better product. Ann Leet, Piece of Peace, James the Lesser, Agent Proper, whoever else that's restreaming. They gave you a better product. DSP has the supply, but no one wants it. No one wants it. Not without a filter. Not without some added insurance. And that's what your restreamers provide. And DSP can't compete with that. And he knows it. I did, to an extent, predict how that interview played out. To an extent. So, excuse me. That's my thoughts on that. On the whole 1 minute man tipping himself, or 1 minute man is Phil and he's dipping himself, I'm not sure, to be honest. I am not, at least not too long ago, a couple years ago, I wasn't above the idea that DSP was sending himself donations, just to get the ball rolling and whatnot, and trying to encourage other people. Do I think he's 1 minute man? I'm not sure. I think for a while, when he was getting up to go to the bathroom or to do whatever, and then all of a sudden the donation of $25 or whatever it was came in, that shit looks suspicious. It looks crazy. And I'll tell you this, or I'll say this. Don't ever underestimate DSP. Don't ever underestimate anybody. You know what I'm saying? Don't ever underestimate anybody. Because you never know. You know what I'm saying? I know it sounds crazy that he would tip himself. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I wouldn't say at the same time, there are people who fucking give gifted subs to their fucking audiences too. And DSP thinks that's crazy. Which it's not. It's one of the fastest ways to grow, to be honest with you, to grow an audience. And then eventually to grow a community. Why DSP has never picked up on that, I don't understand. During the Vest streak, he had all the opportunity in the world to do that. But then again, that's spending money to make money. Who's that detractor who he does like the bingo thing, and then he does like it's like a $25 Amazon gift card, or it's some type of giveaway or whatever, right? That's a fantastic concept. That's a fantastic idea to give back to the people who have given to you. You know what I'm saying? But something like that to DSP is like fucking being on the other side of the goddamn moon. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, something like that scares DSP. DSP is like, I'm not here to give you guys money. It's for you guys to give me money. Not realizing that the smallest bit of appreciation goes a long way. It goes a hell of a long way. If you show people that you appreciate what they do for you, and they feel that, right? And they know that you don't know what that does for a person for their day. You know what I'm saying? Because no one ever wants to feel like they're wasting their time, right? No one ever wants to feel like that. You want to feel like most people want to feel like if they're part of a community, they want to feel like they're contributing, right? They want to feel like they're part of something, not necessarily bigger than themselves, but they want to feel like they're giving back to the people who've given so much to them, or so on and so forth. DSP himself doesn't see that. He looks at it as, you guys owe me, and it's time to pay the piper. And as a person on the internet, you can't live like that, because that's not how it works. You know what I'm saying? Even the guys who give money to e-thoughts and shit get something. You know what I'm saying? If you follow some stories behind the scenes, they get little shit, or they get like private videos that normally guys would have to pay for, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But DSP don't see that. And that right there is something, there is so much stuff that's done in the Detractor community as it pertains to restreamers. There are so many things that he could adopt and use, you know what I'm saying, on his own platform, and he don't do it. Because he's gotten this far shitting on people or treating people like shit. So why change? Why give any of that up? If I came up here day in, day out, and I fucking just hammered in on you assholes, you're not assholes, but you know what I mean. If I just hammered in on you guys and called you guys assholes and said you're not donating to Snortbucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company, and whatnot over and over and over again, why would I treat you any differently? Why would I have a reason to? Even if there's a hate mob of people out there who were like, who the fuck is he to do that? Who's this? Who's that? Whatever. If he keeps getting away with it, why would he change? You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta... The most complicated thing, at least that I've encountered as it pertains to doing DSP content, is... I wouldn't say it's complicated. I make it complicated because I overthink shit. But is understanding why he does what he does. And truth be told, it never really gets easier. Because it's the equivalent of me shooting myself in the foot every day I get out of bed. Why would I do that? And this is coming from a guy who calls himself your favorite detractor's least favorite detractor. So if I'm willing to put that label on myself, right? Why would I think that anything that DSP does makes any fucking sense? It just comes across as being weird. It really do. But that's neither here nor there. Oh shit, does Memology have that? Does Memology have a video? That will work until I find the archive from Mighty D. But that will work. That'll work just fine. That'll work just fine. 2019. Holy shit, dude. Shit, dude. When did Mighty D make that video? Does anybody know? I feel like he made that video right around the time of MLB. Because MLB was a thing. Black Ops 3 or Blackout was a thing. Holy fuck. I gotta look. But that's a fantastic video. But we can go over the Memology video. Absolutely. Memology always comes through with quality content. So that'll work out. Oh yeah, here, let's continue with the Fedora.
Season pass, I wonder, and then they said there's the 3 tiers of pricing for the other 2 tiers. You know, the season pass included, and there's the ultimate. What's in the ultimate? What else do you get? Does it warrant the price tag? Perhaps what they're going to do is let you get all the skins right off the bat. Maybe you unlock all the costumes and skins for your character immediately. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Overall, I think that was a great presentation, but it's definitely going to be a presentation for those who care about the non-competitive play. If you're a competitive player, the only thing you got out of that was essentially the DLC characters for year 1. That's it. Everything, you know, they didn't really explain anything else with gameplay mechanics or nothing. So, but for me,
yeah, it had Tevin's birthday shout out in it, and I think that was through that was during like a Call of Duty blackout stream when that happened, right? Or was it during MLB? Because wasn't DSP going through like a shed or something, and someone had said in his chat on Twitch, he was like, "Hey, are you gonna shout out Tevin for, you know, because it's Tevin's birthday or whatever?" Or was it MLB? Am I wrong? My bad. I thought that was a blackout stream. And he said to like my number one whatever who's always stealing my content and all that bullshit. I could be wrong. Like I said, I didn't, because I know he had that huge MLB rant. That's just fantastic. But I swore the birthday shout out thing was during blackout. Because he was going through like a shed or something in between like 2 buildings. And that's when he started bitching and complaining about that shit. And then that's when he kind of tried to big up Tevin too and say, oh, he has all this talent, he has all this creativity, you know, but why you always gotta keep taking my content, man? Why you always gotta keep taking my content? Oh, you're right, Super Crazy. There's multiple instances when he did that. It could be. Hey, I'm not going to discount anybody, man. Because, like I said, I've been wrong plenty of times. MLB. All right, fair enough. I can live with it. I can live with that. So maybe the blackout situation I'm thinking of is just one of the many times where he brought it up. Because now I think about it, wasn't Mighty D's thumbnail is like Tevin with like a birthday hat, and and DSP has like a baseball bat or something trying to hit him with it? I can't remember what that thumbnail was. I know that thumbnail was funny as hell though. Yeah, okay, it was, right? Yeah, that thumbnail was fucking hilarious. That shit was hilarious. Right, and then he compared Tevin to a criminal, and he compared Tevin to a criminal, and because someone said, "Oh, well, at least Tevin gives back," because Tevin does the charity streams every year, and he was like, "Oh, are you're gonna the bank robber he gives back and shit? Does that mean he's still not a bank robber?" Or whatever dumb analogy that DSP used. It was stupid. Either way, whatever DSP was saying was dumb. Yeah. Oh, if the drug dealer on the street. Yeah, there it goes. If the drug dealer down the street gives away whatever. Yeah. He went with the drug dealer angle. Yeah, he's breaking the law. Thank you, chat. He's breaking the law. I couldn't believe he did that shit. At that time, that was one of DSP's most deranged fucking arguments. I couldn't believe he said that shit with a straight fucking face. That shit was ridiculous. Okay, so Blackout was the birthday one, right? But then he must have double tapped it on that MLB stream, because that MLB rant was fantastic. That was by far one of the most deranged rants that DSP has done. No, you want to know one of the... Here, we'll move on with this in a minute. You want to know one of Tevin's best reactions? Was when DSP said during the Halloween stream, when Catherine picked up and left, which she was planning on doing in the first place, but whatever. When DSP said it was Tevin's fault. And Tevin was like, "It's my fault!" That shit was hilarious. Because it just came out of nowhere. It's my fault! That shit was hilarious. Holy shit. That shit cracks me up even to this day. That cracks me up to even this day. And I don't even want to go on a whole fucking situation about that bullshit. Because I found some of the old pre-streams that DSP did where he said that Catherine wasn't going to be there for the entire event. So he just blamed it on Tevin because it was convenient. Oh shit, does Pixar actually have he has a video on that? Ew. Okay. That'll work. I can go with that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, here. Here, let me play this video and I'll take notes for a future stream. We can do that.
Totally is awesome. By the way, B-Boy Cyclone says
No,
on the demo.
Okay, just like I said about same thing that I said about Ethan Ralph and the Monday Matt situation. If you go further, if we were able to go far enough in DSP's flagging history, you'd find Tevin in there. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Out of anybody who was moving as heavy as anybody was, I think you find Tevin in there. I'm actually surprised we didn't find Evil AJ in there. Matter of fact, you know what else I'm surprised we didn't find? I'm surprised we didn't see the original flagging of the John and Howard response. But see, there's such a gap in what we did see, it don't make sense. There's no way that one day he just woke up and is like, oh, I'm going to flag all these Dark Dave mirrors. That doesn't make no sense. That makes no sense. You just woke up one day and just started flagging multiple streams day after day after day after day. Fuck you. No. That's not how that happened. That's damn sure not how that happened. I promise you that's not how it happened. Because no one does that. That's the equivalent, ladies and gentlemen. If I come up here... Okay. Let me come up with an analogy. Alright, that's like every day if I stream and I start off with good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News, the unreliable ones. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the newsroom and welcome to the Galtopia News Network, your unreliable source for DSP News. This is the Snort Report brought to you by Snortbucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company. Let's go. When you hear a video that I don't do that shit comes across as being weird because I'm used to doing it. And there's only probably some rare occasions where I haven't done that for whatever reason. It's a habit. It's a habit that I developed and I didn't even realize it. So why would I break that habit? So DSP didn't just start and stop flagging people. It don't work. It don't work like that. Yes, I've actually seen Mortis's Tevin video. It's Tevin's fault. I've seen it a couple times actually. It's a nice piece of work. His thumbnail's dope too. But it don't work like that. I'm telling you, there's shit missing off that flag history. There's a lot of shit that we'll never see it, but there's a lot of shit missing. I promise you. All right, here, let's continue because I've been here far longer than I said I was going to be. Yeah. So he jumped from. I'm sorry, I keep saying that. Let's continue, and yet I'm doing this. Yeah. So he jumps from 2015 to 2022. No. And here's another thing too. Why is it that someone was telling me that on Pig Go just recently? Like there's like a time, there's like a year missing, or like it's missing something, right? Because remember that video I told you that I either heard Stuttering Craig say that DSP asked for Adam not to show up, not to be on his next interview, or DSP said that he didn't want Adam to be on his next interview. I can't remember which one it was, but I'm looking for it. I am actively looking for it. And I put in, or I asked someone else to put in Stuttering Craig for me, and he said, hey man, it went all the way back to like 2022. And there was like nothing for 2023 there, at least at that time. So I don't know if maybe Pig Go was like, going through maintenance or whatever the case may be or whatever. But I'm wondering why there's a gap, or why, at least at that time, there was a gap there. And that was only over the last like day or two. I need to look myself and check just to make sure, but it makes me wonder. Yeah, welcome to my TED Talk. So I got to find that. I really have to look for that. All right, well, here, let's continue.
He just booted it up. Said World Tour progress is not saved in the demo. Your avatar's appearance is saved, but it will be used in the full version, but your progress in the game is not. So if you play the demo, it ain't going to transfer over to the new game or the final game. Only your character's appearance, but not the progress. it kind of makes me apprehensive. Like, do you really want to play the demo and spend like 2-3 hours playing it, and then you have to replay that 2-3 hours when you play the main game? You see what I'm saying? Like, it almost seems like that would kind of be a waste, because do you really want to have to just redo what you just did a month ago? Right now it's April 20th, and the game comes out, what, like June 2nd? Do you really want to have to redo the intro to the game and all the intro training and everything again? It might be too much, too boring to redo it, you know? Dex says 99% of demos.
The real game's a month and like I said, it's like 5 or 6 weeks out. You won't even remember it. So that's not a reason not to do it.
You pick up where you left off. This one doesn't. It outright says, apparently, when you boot it, you cannot. So that's a limitation of the demo. You're going to have to replay it in the final game. Do you really want to waste that time? Do the same stuff twice? Probably not. I don't know. Right? I don't know. All right. Let's field some opinions. First of all, Showtime had done a super chat, says, can we just skip everything and do the demo tonight? No. I already have a new game releasing tonight. I'm not changing that. But perhaps we'll check out the demo over the weekend. Maybe I'll try to take in your opinions if you want to see me do it or not, or if you think doing it twice doesn't make sense, because you know I'm going to play the real game, and do you really want to see me do the demo twice, right?
But see, the whole thing about him wanting he's going to play the real game means nothing, right? Because when everybody else knows more than him, and people are like, oh, we should have played through the demo. Oh, well, I didn't see the point in it. Well, okay, well, then you're behind. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the demo's been put out there so you can take advantage of it. You know what I'm saying? Like you apparently are bored and you ain't got shit to do anyway. And if you supposedly love Street Fighter so goddamn much and you like what you've seen so far, why wouldn't you take advantage of that opportunity? But you're okay with your wife playing fucking Skyrim Street Fighter Edition. Okay, whatever.
People's opinions. B-Boy Cyclone says, make your character. That would be a fun stream if you have free time. Just making the character? That would have to be a night stream then. That wouldn't be a daytime stream. Jade says, I love the arcade mode. I don't care about story mode. Oh, so you just want to do the standard arcade mode? And I think one of the coolest things is the accessibility. Having the controls, be easier. For those who need the audio assistance is there. The audio level will change depending on how close a character is. That's kind of neat. I don't think that's ever been done in a fighting game before, has it? That the sound effects sound different if you're close or further away, right? And that'll affect. That's cool.
He's gonna virtue signal the shit out of that. I promise you. He's gonna pull a super blind man on that bitch. I promise you he's gonna do it. Because he had an opportunity to do that versus Last of Us 2, but he couldn't get over he couldn't get over that sex scene and the fact that Ellie was older, which he was getting weird with that part too. But now with Street Fighter, he can go up there on Twitter and virtue signal and say, hey, I appreciate that, you guys are looking out for people who are special needs or whatever the case may be. I have a lot of those people in my audience, so they appreciate it. So by far, I appreciate it. So thank you, Capcom. And then try to weasel himself into some bullshit with that. I want
to do the standard arcade mode. And I think one of the coolest things is the accessibility. Having the controls, be easier. For those who need the audio assistance is there. The audio level will change depending on how close a character is. That's kind of neat. I don't think that's ever been done in a fighting game before, has it? That the sound effects sound different if you're close or further away, right? And that'll affect. That's cool. Okay, I'm curious, guys. What are your thoughts? Tag me in the chat. Let me know what you think about what we just saw. Do you think it was good? Or do you think it was not so good? I think that was good. I think everything there is just going to make this game feel the opposite of Street Fighter V's launch. It's going to be people enjoying the game.
He hated easier controls in fighting games when it was convenient. You're absolutely right. He did say that. Because it goes back into his narrative about, dumbing down the game so you can bring all these people in and it fucks up the competition. It can fucks up the competitive level or the competitive nature, I should say, of fighting games. He said all those things. But now, you got the single player mode. He's on the ground level to try to virtue signal, yada yada yada. He can play off of Super Blind Man and anybody else in his audience. Now it's okay. Now it can work out. I mean, he don't got that check mark on Twitter no more, so womp womp. But essentially, that's the angle he's going to try to play with that. Any big content creator of Street Fighter content that says anything on Twitter, don't be surprised if DSP co-signs to it. Because why wouldn't he? And then, like I said, he can easily tag Super Blind Man in that, and then boom. It's a win-win all around. Because Super Blind Man has gotten a lot of mileage out of DSP, surprisingly enough. Like, you know, him participating in the Last of Us 2 accessibility situation, then being invited to the reward show or award show with whatever that goblin or gremlin was that was sitting next to him. He's gotten a lot of mileage out of DSP, or at least off of DSP. It's time for DSP to get some of his too.
Who don't care about the competitive nature of it, who are able to play it for different reasons and really enjoy it. Game looks awesome, says Derich. Darren, excuse me. Kagome says, meh. It's fine for what it is, says Bob D. Jay says, I loved it. Yoshino Lover re-upped his membership. Says, can't wait for Final Fantasy V and love your new hat. Thank you. Thank you, Yoshino. Ham Killer says, do you think the free roam mode is an improvement to the Street Fighter formula? Well, it's something different. It's never been done before. Street Fighter has never had an interesting single-player mode ever besides just go through arcade mode, you see? So this will now have an opportunity. If you like the Yakuza games, it's kind of that game. I like that. You know, is it an improvement to the formula? Yeah. Adding any single-player content to a game that previously didn't have it is good, in my opinion. Especially because, again, they're not charging extra. It's not like they're saying, oh, by the way, this game's super expensive or something.
You know what DSP doesn't know? All those different modes, you can actually download those things separately. So you don't have to get all of them if you don't want to. Or you don't have to get all of them right then and there. You can download some of those modes individually. He don't know that because he don't give a fuck about games. But, you know, DSP, I'm going to do you a favor. You know, on Google, right, Phil? And I'll use your mobile phone because that's easier. Instead of when you pull up Google, which is native to your phone, I'm sure, just hit the G, and then you can actually put in certain criterias for certain whatever, anything game related, PC related, whatever, and any stories that pop up will just come up that way. And maybe you should do that and try to get everything off of Twitter. Just saying, you'd be surprised how well Google can help you out with all that shit. I mean, granted, it's tracking all of your keystrokes and everything anyway, but womp womp. But maybe that's better than pulling all of your information off Twitter, because clearly it's not helping.
So, I think that's good. People are cyclists. I've never been a Street Fighter player. I've always been bad at fighters. The campaign looks good. I just hope it's a good link. Exactly right. I think that's going to be the catch here. Everything we see about this World Tour mode looks good. But, is it too short? Is it going to be like 5 hours? In which case, that's really not significant. It's like, you know, one session, 2 sessions, you're done with it. No one's going to want to buy this game for $60 if they beat World Tour mode in 5 hours. If it's like 20 hours long and it has a story to it, and you got multiple trainers, and you got boss fights, and you got all this cool stuff in the open roaming world. Did you also hear what they said? They said that when you get the DLC characters, they're actually going to add them to the World Tour mode. Now, how would that work? Does that mean they're trainers and you can learn their abilities too? It sounds to me like every major character will be a trainer, right? Like every character on that select menu of the game, competitively, will be a trainer. And then they will, you know, also include the DLC characters. If you buy them later, they'll be in the World Tour mode too. I definitely like that. I like the premise. But, again, it really depends on length. That's the one question we have, is the length. Right? The length of the mode.
You know, this is maybe it's just me, but the fact that he's struggling with trying to pass himself off as being a true fan and trying to figure out ways to bleed this game for everything it's worth is the most baffling and yet fascinating thing ever. It really is. It's a super interesting thing watching him like be in a personal conflict with himself. Because like the dead stare that he has, clearly he's not excited about this. He's just kind of going through the ropes. It's just part of the routine. But he's also trying to convey that, you know, hey guys, I'm really excited about this. This is great. This is the resurgence that Street Fighter always needed and we always wanted. Yada yada yada. But then his greed comes in And his apprehension comes in with that, well, how long is it going to be, man? How much am I going to be able to bleed this for? You know? Like, you can see how his head's working. It's unfortunate. It's something like this, I can see how he hates games. I really do. Because he doesn't look at games as something to be enjoyed anymore. It's just something to be, not to bring up that bullshit with Derich, something to be taken advantage of. Essentially. That's unfortunate.
Moxer says, can fighting game have a mode that's 20 hours long? Do people want that? To give you some perspective here. Alright? In my opinion, one of the best fighting games...
Why is he always touching his face? Because he's a greasy, disgusting piece of shit. That's why. He's like, you can see the grease coming off of him. Because the dude don't bathe. He doesn't fucking wash... He doesn't even bother washing his own face. He's a fucking disgusting mess. And all he's doing is spreading the grease from his hair to his face, to his nose, to his mouth, wherever he's picking at on his hands, onto his fucking skin and shit. Like, if this dude has skin problems, well, there's a fucking reason why. Because he's been a nasty, disgusting, filthy little pig his entire life, especially since Mommy Brunel ain't there to tell his ass to take a bath, or wash his hands, or wash his fucking face. And it just spreads. It spreads around like a fucking virus. It's a disgusting fucking ecosystem. And you're telling me that he's having panty time with Catherine like this? Even back when I put the theory out there that his 1 day a week that he was bathing was probably the only type of time that panty time was happening, I don't even think that was, now that I look at it, it's probably not even happening that way now. He is disgusting. He is gross. Really. I'm surprised we haven't super enhanced onto his chair when he picks up and leaves to see the sweat stains or any spots or any other nasty shit on there. I'm shocked. I am stunned. I want you guys to think about this for a minute. Imagine you going an entire week bathing only once or possibly twice. Think about that. Now keep in mind, I'll give DSP the benefit of the doubt. He don't do nothing. But you're in this room that you say is constantly hot. You're constantly sweating, right? You're picking your nose. You're rubbing that into your fucking mustache and beard and shit. Every time you fucking rub your hands or your fingers or your hoof across your skin, you have this residue. I've seen piece of piece fucking... I've seen piece of piece go off about that shit. He sits there and wipes this residue from his forehead or from his face or in between his snout flaps and then wipes it on his fucking clothes and shit. How nasty are you if you have a residue to wipe on your clothes? That's fucking wild to me. That is nasty. And then, because I'm really partial to French bulldogs or Frenchies. He has these flaps here on it, but pigs have it too. In the ear digging, that's a good point. But he has these flaps here, these sweat glands, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And I feel like there's dirt in between those flaps, at the top of it and at the bottom of it. You need to wash your fucking face, snort flaps or snort sacks, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. He needs to fucking wash these things. Like, this is a reason to wash your fucking face. He does. He looks like Droopy. He really fucking does. That lighting did him no favors. It really didn't. Prior to that, I don't think I had ever seen any of this. Like, the Droopy jokes have always been around. But this extra flap here, or snort sacks, or whatever you want, or snort glands, whatever you want to call it, I don't ever remember seeing that. So it's wild how this happens. That's gross. That's really, really gross. And here's the thing. I'm putting an emphasis on it because he could do something about it. You know what I'm saying? Some people are just born and you can't do anything about how you look. He can kind of fix this. It's really nasty. Oh shit. Holy shit. I never thought about that. The Ultimate Warrior Oh, I never thought about that. It kind of does have the Ultimate Warrior type, streaks. Wow, I never thought about it like that. Oh, that's fucking wild. I'm never not gonna be able to see that now. Thank you, Silent Weapon. I'm never gonna be able to unsee that. Oh wow. Wow. Just wow. Good shit. Big ups.
Ever made that most people have completely forgotten about at this point. Soul Calibur. The original Soul Calibur on Dreamcast had a mode exactly like this. No open world though. It was actually a map that you would travel to different points. And in that there was actually story. There was actually dialogue and stuff. And you would fight generic enemies. And as you fought them, you would level up. You could build your own character and have them play however you wanted. It's very similar to the premise of what this is right now. It was really well done on the Dreamcast.
It's fucking crazy, right? Like what Silent Weapon said, you can see it. If you really look at him, it looks like the Ultimate Warrior shit. So you put a color at the top of the snort gland, then you put another color on the snort gland, and then you put one below it. And it looks literally like the Ultimate Warrior shit. Holy shit. Like Silent Weapon was on that shit. Big ups. I can never unsee that now.
And I loved that mode. Now, I liked Soul Calibur outside of that mode, but that mode just made it that it was a good purchase for the Dreamcast, you see? As opposed to, what if you don't care about the competitive play of Soul Calibur? Well, back then there wasn't even online play. So, what are you going to do if you're not going to play this competitively and have friends come over and play you? There's nothing to do. The game is dead. But if you have this mode, it's new now. See? I think this is good. This is good. For most competitive players, they're not going to care about that mode. All right? But this is what happened with Street Fighter V. Capcom abandoned everyone who loved Street Fighter who wasn't a competitive player. They did. Street Fighter 4 brought in droves of new players because it was a renaissance for fighting games. It brought them into the modern era with improved graphics and ease of use controls so anyone could jump in and feel like they kind of knew what they were doing if they practiced a little bit. But then with Street Fighter V, they abandoned all of those players by giving them nothing to do except online play. That was it. They 1,000,000% abandoned all of them. So now it seems like they want to go back to try to bring in the
like I said, they made a bad choice up front. But like I said, Capcom was going against the clock at that time. You know what I'm saying? To sit there and fucking say that they abandoned them is just being a bit egregious. There were some missteps. If I'm supposed to give this piece of garbage a benefit of the doubt on how he played out with his own content, then I really can't bash Capcom. And the fact that he don't see that, the fact that this idiot has no self-realization whatsoever to put those two things together is fucking crazy to me. But, you know, it is what it is.
Well, base again, which I think is a very smart move. Again, NetherRealm has really captured that.
I mean, someone needs to tell him to put his actual glasses on, too. But he's scared to get old. I think that's what it is. He's scared to be perceived being old. I think. And then, more importantly, fantastic point. Capcom had the Capcom Cup tournament. Like, you know what I'm saying? That made people. I can't think of the guy. This one guy who won, but he ended up winning like $250,000. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's an opportunity that you can't get that at. You can't get that money at Evo. You're not going to get that type of money, you know, taking first place. So how did that happen? But then again, I think Capcom Cup has been around, or at least a variation of it, has been around since Street Fighter 4. I think. Or at least the early stages of what it eventually became. Something like that. But even still, DSP will take what history is beneficial to him at that particular time. And yet again, he's really mad because it wasn't the second coming of Super Turbo. That's what it really comes down to. Yeah, it's $1 million. It's $1 million. It's $1 million. Not $1 million flat. It's like $1 million like cash prize package or something along those lines. So I'm thinking you're gonna walk away with like $1 million worth of stuff, whether it's in installments or whatever the case may be. So that's just gonna lead to even more headhunting, and then it's still $100,000 for everybody else to split up. So there's a lot of money involved. Okay, Arcade Edition in 2013. Thank you. So yeah, so there's a lot of money out there. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of opportunities, for sure. Did they abandon the community when that happened? Like, you know what I'm saying? And yet again, why is he trying to make an argument for this and he wasn't even part of the community? He still isn't.
Base, because of they have a story mode and they have the crypt with Mortal Kombat. So now, be competition for your competitors. Don't just care about the competitive play, also care about the quality and the amount of content in your game. And
what about your content, Phil? How about you stop getting mad and pocket checking your peers and focus on your content and the quality of it? Oh, well, that would make me a hypocrite. That would make me a hater if I said some shit like that. I got you.
This was a smart move, in my opinion. It's not necessarily going to affect the competitive players who are already going to buy the game. They're the given audience who you know is going to be there. But now make your game appeal to a wider audience. And I think that's exactly what they're doing. This excites me. This mode actually excites me a lot because this is new content. It's not just about the competitive play anymore. And let's say I hate the competitive play of the game after like a month. At least I got a good story mode out of it, a good campaign, right? And that's cool. Average at Best says the surprise at the end was a letdown. I'll agree there, saying that you have a demo, but by the way, the demo's only on one format when it's going to be a multi-format game. And then in addition to that, the demo is just a little bit of World Hub or World Tour, and that's it. I was hoping they were going to say open beta.
Okay, so I went ahead and looked it up. So it says right here that Capcom announces a $2 million prize pool for the new season of Capcom Pro Tour featuring Street Fighter 6. And bam, right here. It says right here that Street Fighter 6 and players will compete for a grand prize of $1 million at Capcom Cup X, the largest cash purse ever for a Capcom Cup winner. Overall prize pool for Capcom Pro Tour will be more than $2 million. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of opportunities to get that money. But yet again, they abandoned the community, though. But they abandoned the community.
With new characters this weekend as a way to celebrate this announcement and get us all hyped. And that honestly was kind of a letdown. I really believe that. So, I guess we'll see. I have absolutely no idea why that demo is 6 days ahead on PlayStation and then not on Xbox. Oh, by the way, so this totally makes sense. I probably should not do the demo. Do you want to know why? Because I'm going to be playing this on Xbox. I already decided. My newer joystick is on the Xbox Series X. That's what the console I'm going to play this game on. If I play this on PS5, I can't. That's a different console. I need to play it on the Xbox to do it. So if I'm going to play the demo, I have to wait till next week and play the demo when the actual Xbox demo is out. So that way, if I want to transfer my character over, then I can do it. It's cross-platform, but it's cross-platform online. It's not cross-platform. You could transfer your character from one format to another, or one platform to another. See? So there you go. By the way, they were saying, they were testing, and I think that they said PlayStation 5 had dramatically more lag than the other two consoles. Like apparently PC is...
Jesus Christ, we're just pulling out all the excuses possible not to do anything. Why does that even matter? There's going to be lag no matter what. Let's call a spade. But why are we coming up with why are we preloading, if you will? As a Tevin quote. Why are we preloading all these fucking excuses? Jesus Christ.
On PC, if you play this game, you have the least input delay. But I think PS5 had the most lag, and then Xbox had slightly less, but then PC was much better. And that's what people were saying. Lekmick says, did they show the DLC characters for the first time? It was a bit anticlimactic. I don't think they had announced those, had they? Those 4 DLC characters? Had they? Maybe they did. I don't know. It's interesting because, again, they're trying to appeal to the Street Fighter V crowd who have been their fans and they're basically their supporters for 7 years because 2 Street Fighter V characters being added in. You know what gets me? Ed. Ed is the most boring generic character. You ever see him? He's like a guy walked in off the street. He doesn't even look like a Street Fighter. I don't even know why they picked him. Rashid, I get. He's unique.
That's ironic because you don't look like a gamer, a streamer, a successful business owner. You barely look like a person, if I have to be honest. But we can go ahead and judge a fictional character. Okay. Okay, Phil. No problem. You're jealous of a person that Khet would want to bang. I understand. I don't understand, but I'm going to lie to you and say that I do. I got you.
His combat style is very different.
Oh, yeah. A college graduate, someone who was just successful at anything. Yeah, all of that. All of that.
From anyone else's Street Fighter, I don't get Ed being in it. That's kind of weird to me. But to have a new character and then Akuma, of course, Akuma is the fan favorite. Everyone wants Akuma.
No. Don't bring Carmen Sandiego into that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yikes. That's hurtful. Gouty Sandiego or something. Jesus, don't do that.
Not even a launch character, but the fact that he's a DLC character, you know. That's exactly how they're going to get you to buy the season pass is Akuma. That's exactly what it is. That's why Akuma is DLC, in my opinion, because they want people to buy that Season 1 expansion. And they know people want Akuma, they're going to put down their money for it. That's my opinion. So, alright guys, this has been my live reaction to the Street Fighter 6 digital event here on April 20th, 2023. I hope you enjoyed it. And so, from what I saw today, that was all good stuff. Of course, we still have unanswered questions. How long is World Tour? Are those Battle Hub games multiplayer? I don't think they are. You know, there's a few questions here that are lingering. But, from what they showed, World Tour mode looks good. I'm excited to try it. I think I'm going to hold off to play it till next week because I don't want to play it on PlayStation and then not be able to carry over. If I want to make my character, then I should basically do it in a way that's going to carry over. So I think probably next week when the demo hits Xbox, I'll play it. But I hope you guys enjoy this demo. If you're playing it, let me know your thoughts here in my content, maybe on this video. And we'll go from there. But I'm pumped. I'm definitely getting Street Fighter 6, of course, in June. So if you're excited to see that, DSP Gaming in June is going to be full of Street Fighter 6 content. Both looks like offline and online stuff. Okay? Thank you all for watching my live react. Hope you enjoyed it. See you guys later.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Yet again, thank you guys for showing up and sticking around. This was... I don't know why I keep saying that I'm not going to be here long when I end up being here for like 4 hours. But I had a great time. That's my, yet again, another test stream. Yes, I am getting Street Fighter 6. I'm getting it for, I got to get like multiple copies for multiple people, but I'm definitely getting it. So you'll definitely catch me out there. You'll definitely catch me out there. For sure, for sure. And I might actually even record some of my footage and put it up. So you'll catch me in the mix, for sure. So it should be fun. Hopefully I get to run into some of you guys. Like I said, thank you guys for showing up, man. Like I said, go out there. There's other streamers you can watch. Remember the fights tonight and whatnot. Big ups on that. Hopefully we can do a follow-up on that. I'd like to hear what some of you guys think as it pertains to it and whatnot. I could have gotten into more of the technical part, but yet again, I didn't think the stream was going to be so long, so it is what it was. But it was fun. It was fun nonetheless. Have a good day, guys. Have a good day, and I'll catch you guys. I'll catch you guys for the next one. I don't know when that's going to be, but I will catch you guys for that. Take care of yourselves, people.